universe, if you're just relating with others around you, with the whole universe as mother, you'll never ever be able to create enmity inside of you. It is out of question feeling separate from the mother, because you know that she is yours, so long for her, and you don't need to ask for her love because she's already given it to you. And you know, simply if you're there, she will continue giving, and she will simply take care of everything. And that is the highest energy that can empower you to the greatest extent. And in this program, guided by the avatar himself, you will be able to manifest that higher consciousness in you, the experience of Paramashivoham. With this, let us be first briefly introduced to the avatar, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient, enlightened, macrocosmic Hindu civilizational nation, and is recognized by esteemed enlightened adepts from birth who were from Tiruvannamalai, his birth town, and from the very young age imbibed the science of power manifestation, the temple-based lifestyle, which is now completely revived for the whole world and for the global Hindu diaspora. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham and the 293rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Shamalapita Sarvagnapeetham. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvani Akada and the incumbent emperor of the Suryavamsa Durangi Samrajya, one of the ancient epic bodies of Hinduism and ancient kingdoms of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. As well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1000th Mahamandaleshwar, or Supreme Spiritual Head of the Atal Akada. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Spargapuram Adinam. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism with that title by a congregation of 1,000 Hindu leaders in 2015. And all of this information, the various contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done, including 300 books which are authored by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and further translated into 50 different languages, and as well more than 20,000 hours of discourses, and which are cumulative of 7,000 videos on our YouTube channel, and more than 1 million palm leaf scriptures which are collected and preserved in Nithyananda Hindu Library, and continuous programs being freely offered through Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, which believes and stands for free education, one of the highest ambition of enlightenment itself. And as well, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is one of the most internationally acclaimed, recognized leaders for reviving Sanatana Hindu Dharma and for reviving the 108 ancient sampradayas, or the ancient lineages, such as the Rudras and Rudrakanyas, the Bhairavas and Bhairavis. So there is a continuous flow of the contributions of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism being displayed in an organized way, day by day, exactly everything the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism contributes to the world at nithyanandapedia.org, which I invite each and every one of you to peruse through with the most beautiful, deepest connection for the Guru, the Jagat Guru, who has happened on planet Earth for us. And now with this, let us enter into the next segment in today's program, the power manifestation session, where you will be able to directly interact with your highest reality. We have joining with us Ma Yoga Prana and Ma Viraja, beautiful Nithyananda Gurukul Balasan from Adi Kailasa Sarvagnapeetham, who every single day guide us to seeing our most beautiful and most innate superhuman capabilities. So I welcome Ma Yoga Prana and Ma Virja now to, to guide all of the viewers in introducing them to their highest possibilities.
Yes. Thank you so much, Maniti Sadashiva Priyananda, for that beautiful introduction to this program. Let us now move on into the next segment, which is the segment of the power manifestation, where all of you will be witnessing the live demonstration of these extraordinary Shaktis being manifested by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. And before we begin, let us enter into a small introduction about what are Shaktis. Shaktis are expressed and manifested just with deep connection and high integrity to the Guru and with the divine. And Shaktis are permanent, whereas Siddhis are powers which manifest from deep tapas or penance, and they are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are permanent and Siddhis are not permanent, and they may divert you from enlightenment. So, in the Vedagamas, which is the source scriptures of Hinduism, Paramashiva reveals in elaborate detail that every human being is hardwired to be able to manifest these 463 Shaktis. And just with the cognition that you are the divine and that you need to reach the divine, you can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. And Paramashiva is the source of all these Shaktis. He is the primordial divinity, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, Swayam Prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time, space, form, and causality. As the fundamental base of Avyakta, the unmanifest, and Vyakta, the manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, Sthiti, Samhara, Trobhava, and Anugraha, which is creation, maintenance, rejuvenation, pulling out of delusion, and liberation. And himself has come down in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as the 1008th incarnation and representation of Paramashiva, and the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened Hindu civilization and nation, which is the great cosmic borderless Hindu nation. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of enlightened beings and all these Shaktis. And Swamiji has been trained and taught to revive these sciences by his enlightened gurus, which are Yogi Yogananda Puri, Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Yogi Raj Yogananda Puri, then Tinnai Swamigal, Visakhi Swamigal, Visari Swamigal, Isakhi Swamigal, and many more enlightened gurus from the Guru Sishya Parampara. And Swamiji has been reviving all these extraordinary sciences and blessing the whole world with this science of power manifestation. And today, all of you are going to be witnessing those powers being manifested in front of your eyes. So all of you might be thinking, okay, for all these enlightened beings, they have enlightened gurus who initiate them into these powers and everything. But how can we get initiated into these powers? How can we normal human beings start manifesting these extraordinary Shaktis? Just with Diksha, the initiation from the avatar, we can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. And Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by the avatar, and it transforms our very life. And when every ultimate truth, jnana, gets mapped into your consciousness, prajna, you start manifesting powers and possibilities, prajnana. So all these extraordinary Shaktis are just a cognition that you are the divine and you need to manifest the divine. Just with that cognition, you can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis of Paramashiva and you can demonstrate these extraordinary Shaktis. And today, all of you will be witnessing how these Shaktis are manifested by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. And let us now move on and see how are these Shaktis authenticated through the 4 aspects of Pramanas or evidences. The first is the Shastra Pramana. which is the empirical, which is the source scriptures from Hinduism, the reference from all these Vedas and Agamas. Next is the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences of Aptas, authorities of Hinduism, who has time tested and verified this science. Third is the Atma Pramana, which are the experiences of Swamiji and how he was able to manifest this extraordinary Shakti. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. And all these Shaktis, these Shastras, these Shastra Pramanas come from the Vedagamas. Vedas are the ultimate pure authorities for Hindus, and Agamas are the applied science. And Vedas and Agamas are the Vedagamas, and they are given the status of Shruti as they are directly revealed by Paramashiva himself. And let us now move on into the Shastra Pramana for the power of third eye, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Kapalantarmanonyasa tishtannilitalochanaः क्रमेण मनसो दाद्यात् lakshye lakshyamuttamam. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability of the mind and inner space, through the power of the third eye, one directly sees the ultimate goal Lakshyam by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Apta Pramana, which goes back to the time of Dwapara Yuga, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna beautifully initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. And in the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, the 11th chapter, 8th verse, in the 11th chapter, Arjuna beautifully narrates the cosmic form of Bhagavan Sri Krishna as he sees it through the third eye. So Bhagavan Krishna says to Arjuna, Natu mam shakyase drashtum manenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. And
inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see everything around me, above me, the whole 360 degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. I realized not only I was able to see, I was able to feel, experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything just became so alive. The idea, something is inside,
And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative states of the third eye, using the PET, the positron emission tomography. It beautifully says when Swamiji is doing daily activities, only the third eye region is active, and almost 90% of the rest of the brain is at peace. And when Swamiji is in the deep state of Samadhi, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And now all of you will be witnessing the Sakshi Pramana, the experiences and results of the extraordinary manifestation happening through the initiated disciples of Swamiji. So along with me, I have Manitha Virajananda, who is an extraordinary Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul. She is 16 years old and she will be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. And along with me, I have the medically tested eye band. In front is a complete opaque sheet. Behind is a thick sponge. And all of you can see there is no gap between the sponge and the opaque sheet. And there is no possible way of light entering inside the sponge. And there is nothing in the sponge. So this is the eye band we are going to be placing on Mavirija's eyes today. And all of you can see it's completely foolproof. It is medically and scientifically proven that no light can enter this eye band even with the eyes open inside. So now I'm going to be placing the eye band on Mavirija's eyes. All of you can see the eye band once again. And I'm placing it. Avarija, are you comfortable?
Yeah.
Yes. So I request you to turn to your right, left, up, and down. Yes. Yes. Now I request the YouTube comments to be projected. All of you can go ahead and post anything you want on the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the HDH JDM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel. And Mavirija will be reading out your comments live in front of all of you today. I request the comment section to be scrolled more down.
So the latest comment in Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel is by Mahat Jalandhar Nithyananda has posted. Petty prejudice prevent perceiving Paramashiva's perpetual powerful presence, pouring pure, potent positive upon us. Like the whole statement is PPP. And before that, Ma Anna Maria on COU has contributed to Kailasa. Thank you, Ma.
Amazing. That was beautiful how Ma Viricha was able to read out all the words which were posted by Ma Mahajalandhar Spitaranda. And yes, Ma Viricha, you can read the comments from the Facebook page.
The latest comment posted in Kailasa's SPS JGM Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook channel is by none other than Kailas Chauhan. Kailash is posted Nithyananda. And before that, Ajish Kumar is posted. And before that, Guru Krish is posted. 5 clapping emoji and 2 thumbs up emoji.
That was a beautiful demonstration. I request the YouTube comments to now be projected.
Yes, so again, what Jalandhar Nithyananda has posted. Yes, one exclamation mark.
That was a very beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. Anyone else who wants to post a comment and want it to be read out by Mavrija, please go ahead and post the comments in the Kailasa SPH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and we'll be reading out these comments live.
Chandran Vimala has posted a girl holding a heart.
Yes, I request the YouTube comments to be projected.
Dolly Reddy has posted Swamiji.
Okay, amazing. That was a beautiful demonstration. Now I'm removing the IBAN of Margarita. All of you can see that IBAN is completely intact. There's no change in IBAN. And yes, so that was a very beautiful demonstration. And now all of you are going to be witnessing the next power, which is the power of body scanning being manifested in front of all of you by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Guru. So first is the Shastra Pramana, which is from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmataraani cha tatvani yani nilayam dhyatvante vyajyate para. The translation goes, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consists of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in the source cause of Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes complete from all the thoughts, and the ultimate universal divine power, Paradevi, Adi Shakti, is revealed and the supreme power manifestation happens. The third is the Apsa Prabhada, which is from the life of a Siddha named Teriyar. Teriyar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing. Agatya uses the power of body scanning and identifies that the root cause of the headache is that there is a small tere, a type of frog, sitting in the person's brain. And Agatya immediately instructs Teriyar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the frog. After the surgery is completed successfully, the person is completely healed and cured of the headache, thus gaining the name Teriyar. And third is the Atma Pramana. The accounts from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam life, who was also time tested and authenticated the science. On the 22nd of December, Swamiji beautifully reveals, paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture, I was forced to go for surgery and therefore for medical checkups related to that. At that time, they detected heavy metal quantity in my different organs, and it was revealed that I had been poisoned without our knowledge. I immediately used diagnostic methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. And through the body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and where the balance had to be done. All these avatars, these incarnations, they live beyond the usual sufferings of human life, even death. Their life manifests as a leela, as a divine play. And if they take the human form, they are beyond suffering. So any incident which happens in their life is a leela, not an accident. A leela, a divine play. Last is the Pratyaksha, the Sakshi Pramana. All of you can see the disciples of Swamiji who were initiated were able to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis and have shared their experience. And now you are going to be witnessing the live demonstration of this Shakti being manifested in front of you. Please go ahead, post the request in the Kailasas HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and we will be back with the Balasins after a short break. Yes. I'm back with the Balasans and the Nithyananda Yogis, Manitya Brahmayogananda, Ma Soni, and Manitya Mahavidyananda, who are going to be demonstrating this extraordinary Shakti to all of you today. Yes, I request the YouTube comments to be projected. Okay. Anyone who wants a body scanning by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul, please go ahead, post your questions and requests in the Kailasas HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and Paramashiva will be flowing through all these Balasans and the Nithyananda Yogis and revealing. So Satyanarayan has posted, please scan me physically and mentally. Please send healing to. Yes, Ma Brahma Yoga, you can do the body scanning for Satyanarayana. Yeah. Expressions of me, Ma Mahajananda Sitananda has posted. My relationship with my sister is now over. I believe I have completion with it, but we share a room. Is it possible to share what she feels and projects towards me? Okay. Ma Mahajananda Sitananda, as you are requesting for a body scanning and a scanning for your sister, we need to have her approval and permission, Ma, as it is our integrity to always get the permission of the person before scanning. So please do get her permission, and then we can definitely do the scanning. Anybody else who wants a body scanning can request in the Kailasas HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. So till then, Ma Brahmayoga will be chanting the Mahavakya and connecting to Paramashiva and revealing whatever Paramashiva reveals to her third eye.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Mahajalanda Risitananda has posted, right? Thank you, Ma. Yes, Ma, sure. Anyone else who wants a body scanning? And you can even call your family members and friends. Go ahead, invite them and show them that it is not only a demonstration, it is a power, it is a possibility for all of you also to manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. So, yes, Ma Brahmayoga, you're ready. You can go ahead.
Yes, I have done the body scanning for Satyanarayana Aya, and Aya Paramashiva revealed to me that like you yourself are not, like you yourself don't know why, but like if anyone speaks to you or if you see anyone, you're getting really irritated with everything happening around you, and also you're feeling a lot of agitation inside. You don't know why, but you're getting angry really fast and you're getting agitated really fast, and you're not able to speak to people without like in a calm way, and like it's really irritating me. So Paramashiva reveals for at least like the next week, sit alone in a room or in your house also, it's fine, but try not to go out as much as possible. Sit alone at home with Swamiji's Atmamurti and continuously read the Living Enlightenment book. And also do the Nirahara Samyama. If you follow this, you'll see that a lot of the agitation and anger inside you will reduce, and also you start feeling really calm, even though someone is purposely, like for example, if someone is trying to purposely agitate you, you'll not get agitated at all, and you'll see that it really helps. So for the next 1 week, authentically follow this solution and be only in one room with Swami's Atmamurti and reading the Living Enlightenment book.
Yes, beautiful. The beautiful body scanning for Satyanarayana. Yeah, Satyanarayana. Yeah, I request you to get back. Share your whether you were able to relate with this scanning or no. And yes, Raj has posted Nithyanandamma. Yes, Nithyanandamaya, we welcome you to this Parashakti Akashic readings program.
And also, Paramashiva revealed that because of that agitation and anger, it's also resulting on your body, and you're getting these marks and patches on your skin. so if you've been wondering why am I getting these marks on my skin, it's only because of the agitation and anger it happened.
Okay, beautiful. So Satyanarayanaya, I request you to get back in the comment section and follow the solution which was revealed by Paramashiva, and you'll be completely healed. I request the Facebook comments to be projected. Let's see if anyone has posted any request. Satyanarayanaya has posted, Nandrima, I will follow the same. Yes, Aya, just follow and Paramashiva will completely heal you. And the healing has actually already started, in fact. Understand, the power of third eye is so high that just with the moment your body starts getting scanned by the third eye Paramashiva, immediately you will be healed of this problem. Immediately the healing has started in your body. Yes, as I told Aya, the moment Paramashiva has started scanning your body through Ma Brahma Yoga, automatically the healing has already started. Anyone else wants a body scanning can request in the Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel and the SPH JGM Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam Facebook page. Go ahead, invite your family members and friends. Tell them that they too can manifest these powers. It's not just in movies or comic books anymore that you are seeing all these powers being witnessed or being manifested. It is people, it is you yourself being able to manifest these powers. It's not dreams anymore. Oh yes, Ma Mahajananda Sthitananda has posted, Ma, can you please share about my Kundalini? Yes, sure, Ma. Ma Mahavidyananda, please do a body scanning for Ma Mahajananda Sthitananda. So now Ma Mahavidya is connecting to Swamiji by chanting the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, and Paramashiva through her will be revealing whatever Ma Mahajananda Sthitananda's problem is. Anyone else? Okay. Yes. While Ma Mahavidya does the scanning, Ma Brahma Yoga, Ma Soni, why don't you go ahead and share your experience? How do you manifest this power of body scanning? Anyone of you?
Yes, so how I manifest this power of body scanning is first I close my eyes and I chant the Mahavakya and I connect. Swamiji, please show me what is there in this person's body. Is he completely fine, or if he has any problem, what is the problem and how to heal it? So I get the answer in two ways. The first way is I'll see an image of a human body in complete black, and if the person's arm is injured, then that person's arm will be highlighted in red color, and then the thing will the whole image will zoom in, and I'll be able to see the exact problem, whether that person has a fracture, whether it's a sprain, or whether there's some bite over there, whatever the problem is. And then after that, I'll ask Paramashiva for a solution, and that whole image will disappear, and then another image of the solution. If the solution is drink a lot of water, then I'll see like a huge bottle full of water, or like that. I'll just see images of the solution. So this is how I manifest the power. And sometimes if the person is having a headache, then I'll get the feeling of a headache, and I'll know that okay, that person is having a headache.
Okay, amazing. So it's literally like you're reading a comic book or you're watching a movie. Amazing. So how do you feel when you think, oh God, I can manifest this power, and you can scan other people's body and reveal their problems? How do you feel when you think of
that? When I think of it, like even though I can manifest the power, it's still like such a big thing, and it's so like I can't believe that I can actually do it, and it's so cool.
Yes, amazing. So that was a beautiful sharing of how all of us are so blessed to have a living incarnation with us, who is initiating all the millions of disciples across the globe into these Shaktis. And it is not just all of you are not just seeing us doing these powers. You yourself will be manifesting these powers. Just stay tuned. After the Akashic readings from Devi Parashakti, we will be having the guided power manifestation session where all of you will be manifesting these powers. Yes, Mama Mahavidya, you're ready. You can go ahead.
Yes. So, Nithyananda, this is a scan for Mahajala Nithyananda. What Paramashiva is showing is basically what you need to do is to know the state of your Kundalini, do more and more authentically practice blindfold reading. You can do it on your own. So try different things and different levels. Have a piece of paper in front of you, just random pieces in front of you first. Then try different colors, try different shapes. Try things. You have many things and many tools you can use on a computer to have random images projected to you. So keep authentically trying the third eye, and the circuit of the Kundalini is complete when the complete third eye awakening happens. So make sure you are doing that. And what the other revelation for you is to really start following the awareness techniques in Living Enlightenment book. See, power manifestation and third eye awakening, what Paramashiva is showing is for you, you have already been initiated. It is all about coming and bringing more awareness to yourself. So specifically, Living Enlightenment book and the awareness techniques by Swamiji have been shown.
Amazing, beautiful scanning with a beautiful solution. Mama Hajalandra Nithyananda, I request you to get back. And yes, Raj Aya has posted, after attending few scanning sessions and live darshan sessions, I feel like some heat or energy flows some part of my body. Please inform about that, ma'am. Yes, Aya. See, after the darshan or after this body scanning, since it's Paramashiva's third eye falling on you and doing the body scanning, and since it's Swamiji himself sitting, then living incarnation, an enlightened being sitting and giving us all the darshan, automatically our body goes into a higher frequency. We raise into a higher frequency, and it is the energy. You were sharing that you feel some heat or energy flowing. It is the energy and the initiation which is happening to us, that our body is being raised to a higher frequency. That is why all of us immediately feel very different after we have the darshan of Swamiji. So don't feel worried about that. Just be happy and continue to enjoy the darshan, and just accept the scanning of whatever Paramashiva is revealing. And it is a high energy which is flowing through a area. And Ma Mahajanandar Sthitananda has posted, yes, ma, lots of practice and practical awareness. Got it? Thank you. Yes, ma. And just with this small, just all of you might be wondering, how are these solutions related to these body problems? How are techniques and practicing awareness, how are they related to body problems? That is the speciality of the third eye. This third eye reveals the root cause of the problem. See, if you're having headache, cancer, stomach pain, or anything, it is related to some incompletion from the childhood or past birth, or something which you're still holding on to, either consciously or unconsciously. Example, if you have cancer, that means you are holding self-hatred towards yourself. So you have to complete with that. If you have skin problems, that means you have mother incompletion. So you have to complete with mother. So the root cause of each body problem you're having is Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. Let's continue. So, as I was telling, we are like cotton dipped into honey. So, we are in that deep space and in that high space of Bhava Samadhi. That is why immediately after the Bhava Samadhi Darshan, we have the power manifestation session, and immediately we start manifesting powers. So, yes. So, Rajaya, just enjoy the Bhava Samadhi Darshan and immediately start manifesting powers after that. And you will see that that energy and everything will just take you into a higher frequency itself. You will start seeing changes in your very body itself. Yes. And we thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation session. And all of you can go ahead, continue posting requests, and till then, Mahavidya, why don't you go ahead and share your experience of how you manifest this power of body scanning?
Nithyananda, so experience-wise, it always feels very, very surreal because it is really not physically explained or possible to explain with our current modern science as to what happens when your body is scanning. Immediately when I connect to Swamiji, to Paramashiva, immediately in that moment, I'm able to connect with the person who's making the request, see what their problem is, see what needs to be told to them, what their blind spot is. So, experience-wise, body scanning every time just feels like really, really, really a marvelous miracle that everybody needs to be told about because we shouldn't be having disease and we shouldn't be even talking about medicines. We should only be talking about how to have a disease-free life. And it's the most best and the most beautiful gift by Swamiji to everybody, really.
Yeah, it's a very beautiful gift. Swamiji so compassionately is giving this science to the whole world, and all of you can get initiated into this science. With this, we thank all of you for joining us in this power manifestation session. It was a great experience for all of us to be able to do a body scanning for all of you. And yes, with this, we are going to be concluding this session. We thank all of you for joining and request all of you to stay tuned for the upcoming segments where you will be learning about Devi Parashakti, what are the Akashic readings, and much, much more. You'll be about Swamiji in these further sessions and will be graced by Devi Parashakti herself at the end. So we thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda. We'll have Ma Madhura joining with us shortly. Yes. So in this segment, in the next segment, where all of you will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about the cosmic mother, Devi Parashakti, who has, with all her compassion and love for humanity, she has come down and is gracing us in the form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. All of us, when we are born, the first thing we tell is Ma. We call out to the mother because she is the first person who we even start relating with. She is the first person who we trust, and she is the first person who we know will take care of us at any cost. And yes, so let us now start this segment with the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti. Mamadra, you can go ahead.
Yes. So the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya spurate taranayaka shekharam smitamukhim mapina vakshoruham panibhyam alipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam vipratim saumyam ratna gadasta rakta charanam dhyayet paramambikam. And the translation for this verse is: the Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion red body, with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies studded with the crescent moon, and a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other hand whirling a red lotus. And another verse that comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka, which also describes the beauty of Devi Parashakti. Arunam karunam tarangadakshim dhritapaşankuşapuşpabanachapam animadibhiravritam ayukairahamityeva vibhavaye bhavani. And the translation for this verse is: I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the good, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima for rays, and she is the self within me. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb from which billions and billions of universes come out and go in, and the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power, from which all of us came, in which all of us are in even now, and in which all of us are going to merge. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to all of our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving all of us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully introduces herself. She introduces herself in her own words. She says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Agamas, blossomed as Rimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles, the Kailasha Swami who is in Kailasha, Sri Purachintamani, Parashodasi, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, as Nithyananda I took Nijavatara here, to give good boons to everyone, to bestow all goodness, Hiranya Garbha Swarupini, Brahmanda Yoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayavana, Samarajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashodasi, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara. With great compassion and blessing, listen people, to do good to all of you. I took the form of Nithyananda and came down as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti also says, in her own words, she says, raising in Omkara, blossoming as Shiva, Shiva manifesting as source of existence, powers of existence, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Puri, as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabutas, beyond six chakras, filled as Gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 mitras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashodasi Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let's see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So always receive her very traditionally. You can keep two beet leaves, one banana, one betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch the Parashakti. And for those of you who might be wondering what exactly a coin is considered as, or why is it needed, or why is it kept as part of the tambulam, the plate for receiving. So coin is considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. In India, it can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just a paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize, keep even 1 cent, it is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even 1 paise is okay. And you can offer that to Devi Parashakti. And once the darshan is over, you can do namaskar, eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can send it to the Los Angeles temple for the further procedures. And for those of you who might be wondering how this betel leaf and betel nut may benefit you, whether it's physically, emotionally, mentally, how will it benefit you? So this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really she is there. You will not take the Devi Darshan for granted. Rituals will break your monotonous unconscious mentality and lifestyle and remind you and raise you to the powerful cognitions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And now all of you can see how you can set up your tambulam, the plate, to receive Devi Parashakti. So you can arrange the betel leaves, the betel nuts, the banana, and the coin. You can arrange all of it in a plate and keep it in front of the screen. These are the 4 basic items that are kept as part of the tambulam. But if you would like, you can also keep a few additional items such as some kumkum, turmeric, a coconut, some flowers, and some glass bangles. So you can arrange all of it in a plate, keep it in front of the screen, and receive Devi Parashakti. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned who is Devi Parashakti and how we can receive Devi Parashakti when she comes for darshan. So now let's move to the next segment of this program where we will be seeing what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic readings and how important it is for us to understand, internalize, and follow what Devi Parashakti has said. So we have Ma Purnapriya with us as the Acharya.
Nithyananda. Yes, let's enter into this next segment where we will understand some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity during this pralaya. Devi has been continuously guiding us, blessing us, giving us boons, answering our prayers, and continuously ensuring that we are staying safe during this pralaya. So let us understand some of Devi Parashakti's revelations during this pralaya for humanity. So all of us know that humanity is still undergoing the after effects of this cosmic deluge, the pralaya. Thousands of deaths due to the global pandemic and emerging fungal epidemic, along with record number of natural disasters, have taken a huge toll on humanity's collective psyche. leading to an increase in poverty, malnutrition, depression, and even mental health issues. So what has caused all of this? Who is behind all of this? How could we have avoided this? What is the solution for this? Let us go through in this segment an analysis of Devi Parashakti's revelations on cause and solution of this pralaya. So as most of us know, there have been over 4 million deaths across the globe due to the global COVID-19 pandemic, and there have been a well over 175 million confirmed cases of COVID-19 across the globe, with the US, India, and Brazil being the worst affected countries. And in India alone, there have been over 29 million cases of COVID-19 and over 370,000 deaths due to COVID-19, with over 75 million people falling into poverty since the beginning of 2020. And these numbers are considered to be severely underreported. So the actual situation in India could be much worse than what has been reported in the news. And India is not just suffering from this ongoing pandemic, but there has been an epidemic of suicide and depression across the country. 6.5% of the population suffers from some form of mental illness, and India is considered to be the sixth most depressed country in the world. And there has been a suicide rate of over 10.9 for every 1 lakh people. And it is one of the biggest causes of death among the age group of 15 to 24-year-olds. And as India is reeling under this global pandemic and this suicide epidemic, there have been several natural disasters that have been affecting the country, including the Kerala cyclone and most recently the floods in Maharashtra, which have devastated the state. And as all of this is going on, India is very quickly preparing for the third wave that seems to be inevitable. So how could we have prevented all of this? How could we avoided this situation? Let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on this and understand why all of this is happening.
இரண்டாயிரத்திருபத்திரண்டு வரை இந்தியா செல்ல வேண்டாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய்த் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தி என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாத யாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. Om.
Let us understand the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelation. For this huge Kidami Bhojanam hell not to come to India. In 2020 itself, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India and the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. They chased the captain of the ship out of the country. See what is going to happen. Let us go back to 2017 when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed the vision for this Padayatra that was to be taking place in 2020.
Want to do 1 year Padayatra specially for this purpose in 2020. 2020, planning for a full year. I'm going to walk from Rameshwaram to Amarnath. 1 year with 10,000 people, just walking all over India to spend time with people. 2020, there will not be any program other than Padayatra and just spending time with people. Just walking. Of course, 10,000 people will be walking with me. Maybe 200 vehicles to carry our food and all the other items, transportation. Enjoying the river banks, forests, and time with nature. 10,000 people manifesting powers, walking from village to village. What do you think will happen? The scene of Buddhism spreading will be repeated now. How the Buddhism spread. 10,000 monks walking from village to village. What will happen? That's only monks. Here power manifesting 10,000 people. The whole village will be manifesting powers. Just want to enjoy India and let India enjoy me. So planning for next year Kumbh Mela 2019, next year January Kumbh Mela. Before that all the Balalayam, everything. Balalayam is going to be like the same structure outside with one stone tower, gold coated. It will be something like a 40 to 50 feet tall stone tower and 5 Rajagopurams, which will be something like 120 feet. This will be the Balalayam. And after the Mulalayam is built, this Balalayam will serve as a Utsava Murti Sannidhi, where the Utsava Murtis will be worshipped and where the Archanas. See, in the main temple, there will not be any Archana or anything, because just for Darshan itself, there will not be time. Like Tirupati, you can only have Darshan and Arati, the camp for Arati. No other worship is allowed in the main temple. Because 12 Abhishekam is going to happen. 12 Kala Abhishekam. So continuously the rituals will be going on. People can have only darshan. They will not be able to involve themselves in any ritual. Other than darshan, nothing else will be allowed. So all the archana, all the other offerings, like people will offer the archanas and other, everything will be done to the Utsava Murti, which will be kept in the Balalayam, the present Balalayam, present structure. So people can spend time here. That will be more like a main darshan. This will be like energy darshan, where you can give letter, get response. So by next year, the Balalayam will be ready. So 2019 full year, I will be conducting the programs and everything. 2020 will be the one full year Padayatra, walking. From next year Jayanti, means 2019's Jayanti to 2020's Jayanti. Full year, Jayanti to Jayanti will be Padayatra. Before that, we will make 10,000 people power manifestors. It will be sannyasi, brahmachari, grihastha, all put together. 10,000 people will be walking. What a scene it will be. I think that is the only way the revival of Sanatana Hindu Dharma can be done. I need to get into the ground where people can see me, where they are living. I can't be waiting for people to come where I am living. Now I am sitting in one place to prepare these 10,000 people and make the science completely user-friendly. For that only I am sitting and working. So I have given 2 years for me now, 2018 and 2019. So 2020, before that 10,000 people will be ready to walk with me, manifesting powers. We will literally solve every person's problem in every village. The way we are walking, the route we are taking, physical healing or mental healing, or it's a too big visualization. How will you visualize? What will happen if 10,000 power manifestors enter into a village and ask people, tell me your problem now, come on, let's sort it out. Understand, 1,200 years before in Tiruvannamalai temple carvings,
And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism revealed the vision for the Padayatra in 2017, that it would literally be like the seed of Buddhism spreading again, with 10,000 power manifestors traversing from Kanyakumari to Kashmir, giving solutions to every problem, letting people see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism where they are, to physically be in his presence where they are, and him giving them solutions for every problem, whether it's physical problem, emotional problem, psychological problem, mental problem, whatever it may be. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was ready to get on ground and meet people where they are. And from the age of 10, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been enriching and preparing people for this Padayatra to save them from this pralaya and to ultimately give them the superconscious breakthrough. And since that age, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been enriching and initiating the masses into the science of enlightenment through powerful discourses, initiations, and darshan. Let us now go through, in the next several slides, we'll see photos of the various programs that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was conducting for the last 26 years, continuously blessing people, continuously enriching people. And here we have the Bliss Attracts Fortune program in Chennai, Tamil Nadu. The Nellore, Tamil Nadu. And each of these photos, you can see how many people were in attendance. What is the need for a guru program in Rasipuram, Tamil Nadu? The Society is Nothing But the Mind program in Namakkal, Tamil Nadu. Nithyananda Salem, Tamil Nadu. The Nithyanandam program in Dirty, Bangalore. The Birth Star celebrations in Tiruvannamalai. And you can see in all of these photos how many people from various backgrounds, various walks of life, various cultures were participating, were initiated into the science of enlightenment, into the superconscious breakthrough by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. The Adi Kailasa Sarvagyamhita celebrations in the Jayanti celebrations in Adi Kailasa Sarvagyamhita. The Jayanti celebrations in Tiruvannamalai. The Nithyananda program in Salem, in Chennai, sorry. The Guru Purnima celebrations in Adi Kailasa Sarvagyamhita. The Bhakti Spurna program, the Dhyana Spurna program, the Little Anandas program, you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was continuously working, continuously enriching people. If we can continue on to the next slide, continuously blessing people with various programs, with various darshans, with different ways to initiate people. The Saptayagam program, which happened in Salem, Tamil Nadu, which was a series of homas conducted by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, where he not only conducted the homa, but also guided 1,008 other participants, other disciples and devotees into the same homa. And this was such a huge offering of peace and bliss to humanity. And here you can see the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism blessing people, in guiding people, doing the homas himself, continuously making himself available to the people. Here, the Nithyananda program in Adi Kailasha Sati. And the Nithyananda program in Salem, Tamil Nadu. In all of this, you can see how much of hard work the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously putting in for the purpose of blessing people, guiding people, and preparing them for this Padayatra, for this re-energizing process to revive Hinduism once again, to give the superconscious breakthrough. However, the anti-Hindu elements made it nearly impossible for the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism to do the re-energizing process by driving the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism out of India. Let us listen to Devi Parashakti's revelations on the solution for this, revealed on the 31st of May, 2021.
வரைடாமா என்று கேட்கின்றாய். நன்றாய் தெரிந்துகொள், சொல்வதைப் புரிந்துகொள். இந்த பெருநரகமான கிருமி போஜனம் இந்தியாவிற்குள் வரக்கூடாது என்பதற்காக 2020 பாரதம் முழுவதும் 12 ஜோதிர்லிங்கமும் பாத யாத்திரை செய்திடவே என் மகன் மூலமாய் திட்டமிட்டிருந்தேன். படுபாவிகள் ஓடத்தின் மாலுமியை ஊர்விட்டு துரத்தினார்கள். என்ன நடக்கிறதென்று பார். முறையாக கைலாய நாட்டின் தலைவனாக நிறை மரியாதையொடு நல் மதிப்பொடு என் நிஜாவதாரம் நித்யானந்தன் திருவடி மீண்டும் பாரதத்தில் பட்டு பாதயாத்திரை செய்த பிறகு மட்டுமே நீ அங்கு செல்ல வேண்டும். அதுவரை உன்னை காத்து செல்லாதே. ஓம்.
Devi revealed that only when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is accepted, received, and revered back in India as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, as the head of Kailasa Mission, and is able to do the re-energizing process, only then will this pralaya in India end. And as we look around, we see what the great rishis of the Vedic civilization had forewarned as this Kali Yuga, with so much of destruction, with so much of suffering, with so much of delusion. We can see exactly what was predicted as this Kali Yuga. And it is stated in the Kurma Purana that Kali Yuga is the worst of all the 4 yugas, where man will be his own worst enemy. And sage Vyasa echoes, this Kali Yuga is the worst of the 4 yugas in all the world. People are sinful and forget the dharma of the 4 varanas and the 4 ashramas. In fact, men are so sinful that no prescribed penance atones for their great sins. The only place which is free from such sins is a great sacred city of Brahmapuri. And it also states in the Kurma Purana that Lord Rudra, Paramashiva himself, is the avatar for the Kali Yuga. And the translation of this verse states Brahma is the presiding divinity or Devata for the first cycle of time in the Krita Yuga. In the Treta Yuga, the second cycle of time, it is Bhagavan Ravi, Surya, in which appeared Sri Rama. In the Dvapara Yuga, the third cycle of time, the presiding divinity is Vishnu. And in the Kali Yuga, the fourth cycle of time, the current age, the presiding divinity is the avatar is Rudra, Lord Maheshwara, Mahasadashva himself. And out of his deepest compassion to protect humanity, Paramashiva himself descended into the human form in the Nijavatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidan, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, on the 2nd of January, 1978. And if the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, if Paramashiva himself had waited one more year to take the human form, it would have been too late for humanity. 1979 would have been too late. Let us listen to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself explaining about this.
And I tell you, O Hindus, don't be afraid. I am back with the same signs. We are going to be rich. It is not lost. Just the last minute climax. Before it was going to be put off, I've happened. (1979) would have been late. 1979 would have been late. If I had time, I would have sent only ambassadors. Because no time, I have to get up and come directly. O Hindus, feel blessed. Science is not dead. It is available. I have everything needed to bring that science back to life and establish its legitimacy.
And the Avatar's advent on planet Earth was to protect the world from this great cosmic deluge, to bring the new age, the Satya Yuga, to humanity. So let us listen to Devi Parashakti herself revealing about this.
ஓம் 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 உலக மக்களே கேளுங்கள். கலி முற்றி கலி கழிந்து புதுயுகம் சத்தியயுகம் புறப்பட வேண்டிய காலம் வந்ததனால் வந்திருக்கின்றது இந்த பெரும் பிரளயம். கவலை வேண்டாம் மக்களே. நித்யானந்தன் வடிவம் தாங்கி நாமே இங்கு வந்திருக்கின்றோம். நித்திய யுகம் செய்வோம், நித்திய யுகம் சத்தியயுகமாய் மலரும் இங்கு. ஆனந்தமாக இருங்கள்.
And the translation of Devi Parashakti's revelation: people of the world, listen. Kali Yuga has matured, and over time it has come for Satya Yuga to happen. So this great pralaya has come. Don't worry, people in the form of Nithyananda. I myself have come here. I will make Nitya Yuga. Nitya Yuga will blossom as Satya Yuga. Be blissful. For this huge hell Kirmi Bhojanam not to come to India, in 2020, I had planned to do the Padayatra throughout India in the 12 Jyotirlingas through my son Swamiji. And in order to prepare for this, the avatar began the Padayatra at the mere age of 10. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism began enriching people one person at a time, with these great truths from the sacred scriptures and the secrets of higher living. And even at the young age of 14, all the classmates of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism recalled the Yatra, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Guriyatam, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai, the birthplace of the Avatar, and a huge pilgrimage site. And when the Avatar was around 19 years old, all the recall the Yatra, where the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism led them from Chennai, Tamil Nadu to Tiruvannamalai and gave them an unforgettable pilgrimage trip experience. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continued walking the length and breadth of India, reaching more and more people and preparing each one until the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism founded the international mission, the Nithyananda Sangha, to revive Kailasa internationally on the 31st of December, 1999. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism established the first Kailas Tiruchenkodu, Tamil Nadu on the 14th of April, 2001. And here you can see the photo of the inauguration day when the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism was just a mere 23 years of age. And in 2003, the Avatar continued all over the world to enrich people from various backgrounds. And with the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's intensity and dedication for the people, even among crowds who did not understand, they were able to resonate so deeply just with the mere presence of the Avatar and were so deeply moved by his teaching. And in 2004, the Avatar led his disciples on the very first Himalayan Yatra, visiting temples, delivering Sat into the superconscious breakthrough. And subsequently, the Avatar personally organized and led yatras yearly and guided individual souls, not just to physical spiritual sites, but to supernal spiritual realms. And in 2006, the Padayatras were taken to the next level with the Kodikan Radayatra, with crores participating and impacted by Nithyanandeshwara and Nithyanandeshwari, who traveled from city to city, blessing every being who laid eyes on them. Let us watch a short clip of the Kodikanta Yatra and see how many people were so blessed, so radiating just being in the presence of the avatar. And the Kodikanta Yatra culminated with the consecration and inauguration of the Garbha Mandir, the sanctum sanctorum for Nithyananda Paramashivam and Nithyananda Parashakti, and the Svayambhulinga at Adi Kailasa Sarvitya. And these deities were energized as Archavataras to radiate the energy of Paramashiva and Parashakti to create the Adi Kailasa as a ship to save humanity from this upcoming Pralaya. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created innumerable spiritual energy centers in India as safe havens during this great deluge. And here are just three of them: the Kailasa in Tiruchendur, the Adi Kailasa Sarvitya in Bangalore, and the Kailasa in Hyderabad. And in 2008, the Avatar created and energized the Nithyananda Vajrasarovar with the Anandalingam, which would protect anyone who bathes in its waters from the deadly COVID-19 disease. And this is a Navabhashana linga, which has tremendous healing properties, which is why it can protect anyone who is able to bathe in its water. Let us watch the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism performing Abhishekam for the Anandalingam.
नमस्सहस्राक्षाय च चतुर्धन्मने च नमो गिरिशाय विष्टाय च नमो मीढुष्टमाय च शुमते च नमो ह्रस्वाय च वामनाय च नमो बृहते च वर्षीयते च नमो वृद्धाय च संवृद्धने च नमो अग्र्याय च प्रथमाय च नम आशवे च जिराय च नम शीघ्रियाय च शीघ्राय च नम ऊर्म्याय च वस्वन्याय च नम स्रोतस्याय च द्वीप्याय च नमो ज्येष्ठाय च कनिष्ठाय च नम पूर्वजाय च परजाय च नमो मध्यमाय च पगल्भाय च नमो च गण्याय च बुद्ध्याय च नमः सौर्याय च नमो याम्याय च क्षेम्याय च नमः उर्वर्याय च खल्याय च नमः श्रोप्याय च अवसान्याय च नमो वन्याय च कक्ष्याय च नमः श्रवाय च प्रतिश्रवाय च नमः आशुषेणाय च आशुरथाय च नमः शूराय च अवभिन्दते च नमो वर्मिणे च वरुथिने च नमो बिल्मिने च कवचिने च नमः श्रुताय च श्रुतसेनाय च नमो दुन्दुभ्याय च हनन्याय च नमो धृष्णवे च प्रवृषाय च नमो दूताय च प्रहिताय च नमो निषङ्गिने च विधिमते च नमस्तीक्ष्णे च वेजाय च नमस्वाय उधाय च सुधन्वने च नम नमः श्रुत्याय च पथ्याय च नमः काट्याय च नीप्याय च नमः सूर्याय च सरस्याय च नमो नाद्याय च वैशन्ताय च नमः कूप्याय च भट्याय च वर्ष्याय च नमो मेघ्याय च विद्युत्याय च नमः ईर्ध्याय च तप्याय च नमो वात्याय च रेश्म्याय च नमो वास्तव्याय च वास्तुपाय च ओम नमः सोमाय च रुद्राय च नमः ताम्राय च अरुणाय च नमः शंगाय च वशुपतये च नमः उग्राय च भीमाय च नमो अग्रे बधाय च दूरे बधाय च नमो हन्त्रे च हन्यसे च नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यो नमस्ताराय नमः शम्भवे च मयोभवे च नमः शंकराय च मयस्कराय च नमः शिवाय च शिवतराय च नमः तीर्थ्याय च कूल्याय च नमः पार्याय च वार्याय च नमः प्रतरणाय चोत्तरणाय च नमः आदार्याय च लाद्याय च नमः षष्ट्याय च फेन्याय च नमः सिकत्याय च प्रवाह्याय च नमः ईरण्याय च प्रपत्याय च नमः किगंशिलाय च क्षयणाय च नमः कपर्दिने च पुनस्तये च नमो गोष्ट्याय च गृह्
In 2009, the Avatar held another Kodikanda Yatra, which garnered international attention and created a movement where lakhs of Hindus were once again embracing Hinduism. So let us watch a short clip of that yatra.
போல நின்பதம் கண்ட என் மனோ நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நின்முகம் நீ நைந்து இங்கு நிர்மலமாகவே ஆனதே இதய சக்கரம் அனகதமும் இனிமையோடு திறந்ததே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே மற்றவர் கண்டு மறைகள் எல்லாம் கழன்று விசுத்தி அதுவும் அசுத்தியாய் பொறாமையோடிங்கு ஏக்கத்தோடப்பா புண்ணியம் எல்லாம் போனதே எரிந்தவாயிரும் ஏக்கமும் சேர்த்து விசுத்தி அசுத்தியானதே விசுத்தியை தீர்க்க விமலனின் பதம் விரைந்து இங்கு வரவேணுமே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்ய சத்குரு நித்யனே ஆமை பூகுந்த எண்ணகந்தினை பொறாமை பூகாது காக்கவே
And wherever the Avatar's feet have graced the planet Earth, there the seeds of super consciousness have been sown. And with 1,000 plus Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems all across the globe, over 1 billion people have been enriched worldwide by the supreme concept of Buddhism. And in the next several photos, we will just see some of the various enlightenment ecosystems created by the supreme concept of Hinduism over the last 26 years. The first is the Kailasa and Hero, the Adi Nithyananda Paramashivam. Now we have the Kailasa in the Adi Kailasa Sarvajñapita in Bangalore. The Kailasa in Tiruvannamalai. The Kailasa in Columbus, Ohio. the Kailasa in Los Angeles, California, the Kailasa in San Jose, California, the Kailasa in Seattle, Washington, the Kailasa in Houston, Texas, the Kailasa in Charlotte, North Carolina, the Kailasa in New York, the Kailasa in Washington, D.C., the Kailasa in Toronto, Canada, the Kailasa in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, the Kailasa in Phoenix, Arizona, the Kailasa in St. Louis, Missouri, the Kailasa in Oman, the Kailasa in Dubai, the Kailasa in London, UK, the Kailasa in Scotland, UK, the Kailasa in Netherlands, yes, we can continue to the next slide. Yes, we can continue to the next slide, please. The Kailasa in Slovakia, the Kailasa in Belgium, the Kailasa in Luxembourg, the Kailasa in Austria, the Kailasa in Germany, the Kailasa in Italy, the Kailasa in France, the Kailasa in Switzerland, the Kailasa in Mauritius, the Kailasa in South Africa, the Kailasa in Salem, the Kailasa in Hosur, the Kailasa in Patnam, the Kailasa in Varanasi, the Kailasa in Rajapalayam, the Kailasa in Hyderabad, the Kailasa in Kerala, and the Kailasa in Gujarat, which is the Yogini Sattva. The Kailasa in Tiruvamur, the Kailasa in Alankulam, the Kailasa in Tambaram, Chennai, the Kailasa in Avadi, Chennai, the Kailasa, another Kailasa in Chennai, the Kailasa in Melbourne, Australia, the Kailasa in New Zealand, the Kailasa in Singapore, the Kailasa in Kuala Lumpur, the Kailasa in Guadalupe, South America, and all of these Kailasa enlightenment ecosystems were created by the Supreme Concept of Hinduism to create an ecosystem for enlightenment to flourish, guide people, and give them the superconscious breakthrough, and to help them through this pralaya, to ensure that they survive during this pralaya, and to have a community, a support system during this time. And of course, to ultimately give the superconscious breakthrough to humanity. And to ensure humanity survives, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created the sovereign order of Kailasa with thousands of sannyasis, with no discrimination against caste, creed, or religion. And over the last 26 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has initiated thousands of disciples into the Nithyananda spiritual healing, and they are actively healing millions all over the world. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened over 2,500 satsang centers, padaka mandirs, and home temples that operate as de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa. And the Avatar inspired millions to reclaim their Hindu-centric freedom, and thousands of Padayatras were conducted by the Hindu diaspora worldwide, honoring the hard work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the revival of Kailasa, silently, unknowingly preparing for what was to come. And in 2017, devotees in Malaysia planned a Padayatra and executed it successfully, with thousands participating and the dying Hindu population in Malaysia being reinvigorated. And for every major festival, devotees from all over the world do the Padayatra out of their sincere devotion and love for the Avatar. And over the last 26 years, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has contributed over 1 billion meals to people across the globe and various humanitarian services, and has enriched over 1 billion citizens in 347 cities in 196 countries across 6 continents, and has established the world's largest Hindu university in US, Canada, Slovakia, Switzerland, and France. And Kailasa is the world's greatest digital Hindu nation with over 1 billion views. And you can connect with us on the various social media platforms on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, WhatsApp, and much more. And you can also visit all of our websites, kailasa.org, nithyananda.org, nithyanandahinduuniversity.org, Kailasa TV, and Nithyananda TV. And of course, you can always stay connected with us on the Enlighten app and continuously be enriched with the teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and continuously stay in that high faith. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made everything completely available digitally, so you can continuously be enriched, continuously be in this high state of enlightenment, while still protecting yourself while still ensuring that you are protecting your life during this pandemic. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and Devi have been continuously revealing that the only priority for this year is to keep yourself alive. That is the only profit for your year. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has reached over 1 billion e-citizens in over 100 countries and has created the most successful communities all across the globe. And these have been blessed to continuously be enriched with all of the various offerings from Kailasa and have been able to continuously be in this high state, in this enriched state during this pandemic, despite of so much of suffering and destruction happening in the world. They are staying protected and staying completely in the state of bliss because of all of the various offerings from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And continuously, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been conducting online programs to enrich and enrich people, to give them the superconscious breakthrough from where they are, despite of all of the destruction and suffering that is happening in the world today. And Devi and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism have been continuously reminding us to keep ourselves alive, to protect our life and the lives of our families. That is the only profit for this year. And you should continuously heed the Devi's guidance for us and ensure that you are protecting yourself and protecting your family. And while you are protecting yourself, staying home, staying quarantined, you can continuously be enriched and understand the Supreme Consciousness. Give yourself the super conscious breakthrough by connecting with us on the various platforms and also by attending the free online program, the Paramashivoham program. You can sign up for all of this and learn more about the various offerings from Kailasa at kailasa.org. So with this, we will be concluding this portion of the program, and we'll be moving into the next segment of the program, the offerings segment, where we will learn some of the offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. As I already stated, Devi has been continuously blessing us during this pandemic. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been continuously manifesting Devi Parashakti for the sole purpose of providing healing, blessings, and answering all of our prayers, giving all of the boons that we could possibly want. And if you are just overflowing with gratitude and love for your cosmic mother, manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you can stay tuned for the next segment and understand some of the various offerings that you can make to Devi Parashakti. These offerings will give you such a deep connection and intimate relationship with. So stay tuned for this segment. We will be right back after a very short break.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all the viewers. Let us now enter into the next segment where we can understand the various different offerings that you can make for Devi Parashakti. Let's enter into the segment. Yes. So let us first begin by understanding the context behind these various different offerings that you can make today. Understand that these offerings are a giving of a divine gift, pure love, devotion, and oneness. It is literally pure love. Nowadays, we don't know what pure love is. And especially in our day-to-day relationships, we often question what is pure love, how to express it, and will I ever experience it in my life? And even devotion, gratitude, it's something that we have taken for granted. It's something that we ourselves do not know of. And other than it being a social value, something that our parents teach us that we should have, we don't feel it from inside. The worst hypocritical thing that we do in society is think and have a Thanksgiving day and have a day in one whole year just for thanking that is dedicated for completely being grateful for everything that we have been enjoying in our life. But then the very next day is Black Friday, when we again be subject to the worst consumeristic society that continues asking for more and more things. Do we even have a phone that lasts for 1 year or even more? Do we even have things that will be used more than their utility value? That is the question at hand. Why do we continuously ask for things? And even our relationship with God, the divine, Paramashiva, becomes simply asking. It becomes just a prayer. There's a beautiful story that Swamiji had told in the Guaranteed Solutions book that recently I just read. He narrated the example from the chapter Discontentment to Gratitude and how to manifest gratitude in your life. Swamiji had narrated beautifully one story where a king had been praying sincerely, and he was going to the court and praying to his God, and all of the beggars of his kingdom, all of his subjects had gathered in order to receive his basically be graced by the king, and as usual, how they do. And the king would give them alms, he would give them the listening and give them solutions for their life. So all the beggars were waiting for him, and one of them had seen the king go through and pray, and he was sincerely praying, and he didn't ask for any of the alms that the king was giving. And the king asked him until the last. He was waiting, but he never came forward, and he have never asked for alms. And the king asked him, why is that? And the beggar said, see, I've gone around, I have begged everyone, and I know about it. I get what I want. But when I come to the court where you are there, the king is there, even I see that you are yourself begging on your knees before giving alms out to people. I'm really wondering what's the whole point. Understand that even our relationship with God has become simply begging. And no matter how many wishes, how many great things we are achieving in our life, even if we become king, we simply go on asking. There's two types of religion, excuse me, in the world. Two types of religions where one is the religion of prayer, And second is the religion of gratitude. Well, there's nothing wrong with prayer, of course. It needs to be a jumping board into gratitude. We can only pray thus for achieving that space of ultimate with the divine and for being grateful. We should pray that we can understand gratitude, where gratitude comes from inside of us and it overflows. And that's the nature of our contentment, that we simply are overflowing out of bliss and gratitude to the divine. Understand, only when we build that consciously, and only through Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the religion of gratitude, do we actually understand offerings, and we actually can build oneness, enlightenment, build consciously the conscious sovereignty. When we consciously build gratitude inside of us, and each and every one of these offerings that we're going to be going over today is one way that you can build, that you can offer your gratitude. And you'll understand that gratitude literally helps us attain ultimate in the world. When we pray for gratitude, we ask for gratitude, it literally gives us the breakthrough that we want. So let's not, without further ado, let's go into the sevas that we can do. It's always such a pleasure to be able to share with each and every one of you these sevas on how you can offer these sevas and what all you can do. It's always such a pleasure to go over these extremely beautiful ways of making an offering, and it's such a intimate, deep, sacred step into your connection with the divine. So without further ado, let us start with the Dhyana Shloka. And Dhyana Shloka is the beautiful remembrance of Devi Parashakti, where we can simply remember her, and just remember her, that remembrance itself invokes pure love. And as I was saying, all of these offerings are out of pure love, devotion, and oneness. So let us start with this Dhyana Shloka, start with a beautiful prayer, a pledge of love to Devi Parashakti. Indunibhabeda karavahinayanam syat pankajavaraabhaya japakshasarayuktam angahimabhushana vichitravasanam syat tungamukutodjvala manonmani swarupam. And the English translation. Moonlight face holding the Vedas on hand, fire in eyes with lotus flower embracing and blessing hands, and one hand with the japamala, beautifully decorated with jeweled ornaments and wonderful clothes and shining bright crown. Her name is Manonmani. Yes. And let's chant the next Dhyana Shloka. Then we'll enter into all of the offerings. Dhyaye devim trinetram shashinivadanam vedahastam dadanam savye padmam varadamapare chabhayam chakshamalam divyerabaranir vibhushitatanum brahmadibhip pujitam devimeva manonmanim pratidinam kamatradatrim shubham. Yes. And the English translation. I meditate on Devi with 3 eyes glowing like a moon and holding the Vedas, lotus embracing with blessing and gracing hands. She is wearing beautiful ornaments and she is worshipped by Brahma and other many gods and showers auspicious boons for all actions every day. Let us now move on. Having thus offered our love to Devi Parashakti, now let us see how we can attain and offer our gratitude and attain oneness with Devi Parashakti. First, let us understand the significance of the divine element Guru. As you can see here, there is a verse from the Atharva Veda. And the Atharva Veda is a very, very ancient scripture where literally you are able to see how gold is associated with properties. And here I'll just be reading out the translation. It says, triply born by birth is this gold from the atoms of Agni is one, it becomes dearest to Agni, one fell away from Soma when it was hurt. one they call the seed of virtuous and powerful Apaha. Let that triple gold be for your long life. Once again, understand that in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, the context behind everything is so amazing. And to share that context is always such a beautiful gift. And I consider it a gift to each and every, at least for myself, to be able to at least attempt to make you understand how gold, how all of these offerings, Sanatana Hindu Dharma is such a exquisite treat, a beautiful feast for each and every one of us to enjoy. Understand, we in our society might have a social value for gold, whether it is the social value meaning we might have like we might use it to place value in our relationship. We might give it as a gift to our loved ones, or our wives, our husbands, our mothers on Mother's Day, and we always want to show them we love them with gifts of gold. And we also have gold trophies or gold trophies or gold medals that we use in order to give show to society or award in society the highest or the best talent, the best in that field, gold trophies and gold medals. And it also, of course, has an economic value. Gold is very much very much a property or a element which has so much of worth. It purifies, but you have to understand that actually it is a divine element. It has a sacred value, and Sanatana Hindu Dharma literally is based on seeing the sacred value in every single thing. And that's where we build gratitude. We understand that it's not just an economic value, it's not just a social value, but literally we place that everything existed is God. Everything exists at sacred value. It can literally, it can purify anything. It can bring spiritual significance to everything and have great spiritual power and be a modem of healing and enlightening. The vibration of gold actually has the power to infuse sattva energy and positive thought currents. And you will be able to see exactly how that happens. And and in the Vedic civilization, the gold is present in all of the scriptures. It's literally everywhere, even in the colonial times, especially when the Marco Polo and so many others who were Westerners had started exploring the world, had made ships, and they had started to come to India. And the Hindu civilization, they were absolutely in awe of the richness of India and how rich it was. And there was literally gold everywhere. And that's what ultimately made me continuously want to come back to the civilization. And even in the very gold offerings that were given to Devi Meenakshi, until today, immortalized in history, the sacred sentiments of a few who offered the gold to Devi Parashakti in the form of Devi Meenakshi in thousands of years back is still today being offered to Devi Meenakshi. So that is the significance of you offering gold today to Devi Parashakti. Yes, let's go on. Let's start out with the E-Hundi offering. You see, E-Hundi offering is an offering that you can make for any amount of money. And here we have the verse where it says, and I'll now be chanting, Bhakti Priya, Bhakti Gamya, Bhakti Vashya Bhayapaha, Shambhavi Sharadharadhya, Sharvani Sharmadayini. And this beautiful verse is the way Devi Parashakti, literally the acceptor of all devotion. So you can offer your devotion, whatever form it might be, in the E-Hundi offering today. Next slide, please. We'll go on to the next offering. Yes, moving on. We also have the Sankalpa chanting. There's a beautiful verse from the Saundarya Lahari which says that all the mantras, the literal prayers of invoking Devi Parashakti, and here from the Devi Mahatmyam from chapter 12, verse 34, it says how the goddess literally enchants this whole universe. And the Sankalpa is a beautiful way that you can make the conscious resolution, offer it at the feet of Devi Parashakti, and she will just shower blessings to make this happen in your life. So you can offer this Sankalpa chanting as well. Yes. And we also have the Sastranama Swarna Kasu. And in the Lalita Sastranamam, verse 731, there's a verse where it says that Devi Parashakti is Nama Parayana Prita, or she who likes the repetition of her various names. This is the offering of 1008 names of Devi Parashakti. It's a very special offering that also you can do. You can offer a gold coin inscribed with all of the names of Devi Parashakti as well. Let's just move on. We also have the Mukta Anguti, and this is referenced from the Meenakshi Pancharatnam, the Mukta finger ring with a pearl. And I'll just be chanting the reference. Muktaharanala Satkirita Rushiram Purnindu Vakra Prabham Shinjannu Purikinkini Manidaram Padma Prabhava Suram Sarvapita Palapradam Girisutam Vani Rama Sevitam Meenakshim Pranatosmi Santatamaham Karunyavaram Nidhim. And in this beautiful verse, it's literally describing Devi Parashakti as the one who has a crown of garlands of pearls and a face shining like the full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gold, with gemstones and small bells. And she's the daughter of the mountain who grants all the wishes, and she's the ocean of compassion. And to the one who is the ocean of compassion, you can offer this Mukta Anguti finger ring with a pearl, and you will see she will bestow you with all the compassion to fulfill your business endeavors and all your ambitions. Yes, let's move on. Moving on. Yes, and we have the next offering, which is the Swarna Padma Pushpa. There's a verse from the Kamikagama, one of hundreds of verses of the use of the Padma Pushpa, the lotus, in the worship of Paramashiva. It says here, all the kalasas should be wound around with a suitable thread and covered with new cloth, and they should be adorned with a lotus flower made of gold. So there's hundreds of scriptural references for the use of gold in the worship of Paramashiva. Not only the flower, but the petals, the leaf, the pericarp, and the flower. So much is used, and it's actually considered as a divine flower. You can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpa, and you'll be having the blessings to basically achieve, and be blessed with the state, space, powers, and being of Devi Parashakti amidst any and every adverse situation. And we have the Swarna Metti, and there's a beautiful verse from the Saundarya Lahari here, and I'll be chanting. Nakhadiditi samchana namajjana tamo guna padadvaya prabhajala parakrita saroruha. And the meaning is, you whose brightness from toenails destroys the darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. Such a beautiful verse. It describes the feet of Devi Parashakti and why we adorn the feet of Devi Parashakti. So you can adorn the feet with this Swarna Metti, the golden soul ring, and make this offering as well. Yes, moving on, we have the Swarna Mamtika. And Devi Parashakti is also referred as the Shuddha Saravi Varshani, meaning she who makes the nectar flow from all of our nerves from the Sahasrara, she who gives a very pleasant experience of the ultimate. The Mamtika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And you can offer this Mamtika to Devi Parashakti and be blessed to achieve the blissful state of overflowing gratitude in the place of complete completion. Yes, and finally we have the Pratyaksha Pada Puja, the Guru's feet. We in Hinduism offer to the Guru before even God, because he is the one who introduces us to God. So this is the most divine offering that you can make, the Pratyaksha Pada Puja as well. We can go on. We also have the Vastra Seva. Yes. And Vastra Seva is the offering of the sacred cloth. And this bestows all the protection in your life when we're offering the Vastra Seva to the Guru. And this brings us to a conclusion of all the different various offerings that we have. You can see that, yes, we can go on. All the different offerings have various different levels as well. So it's not just one offering that you can make, but even you can make in any amount the e-hundi, and there's several different options for you. So you never need to feel that, oh, I want to offer, but I can't right now. There's so many different options. If you just have the smallest desire to offer today your gratitude, you can, and you'll see how it is beautifully flowering into more and more gratitude. So as you can see here, we have the link of all of the different offerings. Yes, and you'll see how literally Devi Parashakti manifests in your life just with these offerings of gratitude. As I was saying in the beginning of these beginning of the segment, you will simply be able to consciously build gratitude. And the Pratyaksha Pada Puja especially has so many benefits, especially if you want to remove any of the darkness in your life, remove the ignorance, surrender to the Guru, and offer to the Guru. At least in the Hindu tradition, we see that Guru is the bestower of all of the knowledge that you need in the ultimate, and his remover of all grief and pain and suffering. There's a beautiful verse from the Guru Paduka Stotram, which is composed by Adi Shankaracharya, where he literally describes so poetically, so beautifully, how the Guru's feet, the Guru Paduka, are literally the boat which takes us through the Ananta Samsara Samudra, meaning the endless ocean of samsara or pain and suffering and all of our karmas. The Guru's feet is literally what we what can literally bring us through that. And I'm sure many of you feel so much like that right now, stuck in the middle of the ocean, stuck, and unbeknownst to us, we are not able to move whatever is going on in our life. If you feel that way, understand that the offering of Pratyaksha Pada Puja will simply be able to remove all of that and help you move along. Just surrender to the Guru's feet can bring you through that Ananta Samsara Samudra, that endless ocean of samsara, where you're just continuously lost and feeling hopeless, desperate perhaps. And I know that many of us are in that position right now where you are where you're continuously in every direction you see just more and more pain, more and more suffering, and you don't know what's the end to this. Understand, just the offering to the Guru has so much of benefit to relieve all of that. And you'll understand that it's the Guru's feet that is helping you navigate, surrendering to the Guru, and the Guru who is helping you navigate completely in this time. And of course, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has himself done so much to guide each and every one of us and protect us, protect our very life at this time. So here we have the links for all of these sevas. And before we enter into the next segment in today's program, I'd just like to briefly show all of the viewers how you can make a payment immediately. And yes, we'll just be pulling up that link on how you can immediately make a payment, and immediately just 3 clicks, you can make an offering to Devi Parashakti today. Yes. So as you can see, yes, we have the link here. This is the link. If you go to tiny.cc/Devi-offerings, this will pull up. And as you can see, if you just go to the drop-down menu, you can select any of the offerings that you'd like to make today. And you can select that. And then you can add that to your cart. And once you add that to your cart, you can review all the items in your cart and ensure that you have everything, whatever offerings you'd like to make, and ensure that there's no mistakes in your order. And then you can proceed to checkout and then fill out all of your billing details and your payment details. And you'll be able to see the payment card options as well, what is accepted and through this gateway. And there's several different options as well. So there's no need to feel perhaps do today you don't have an option. So you can just fill out this form very quickly, and as you can see, just a 3 for you to make an offering. And just like how many of us are making our grocery shopping and online shopping today nowadays, now even the offerings that you want to make to the divine themselves, you can make through the digital platforms. So as you can see, a very easy process. We also have another option, the YouTube Super Chat. If we can just show the YouTube Super Chat as well. This is an option that is also there where you can simply offer, I'm sure many of you are joining us right now on YouTube, and you'll be able to make to the divine themselves. You can make through the digital. Yes. Another option, the YouTube Super Chat. If we can just show the YouTube Super Chat as well. This is an option that is also there where you can right now simply offer, I'm sure many of you are joining us right now on YouTube, and you'll be able to join as a member. You'll be able to make to the divine themselves. You can make through the digital as well. You can go to the Super Chat option. The YouTube Super Chat. And this is the this is an option that is also there where you can right now simply offer, I'm sure many of you are joining us right now on YouTube, and you'll be able to join as a member. You'll be able to make to the divine themselves. You can make through the digital. We can start sharing as well. You can go to the Super Chat option in today's program, YouTube and Super Chat. And this is the YouTube Super Chat as well. You can and you can use the links provided by Nilati, and they're also in the scroll. So if you need to, you can go to just refer to the scroll and see. We have joining with us for the next segment, Manitya Ashlananda Swami, one of the administrators for the Adi Kailas Sarvagna Peetham, and they will be guiding us in the next segment of today's program, where we will understand the various different contributions and the huge effort that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is doing now to protect each and everyone, anyone who needs protection at this time, and all of us, Kailashians, from the ongoing COVID-19 pandemic. Yes, and we'll be entering into that segment right now after a very quick break.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Nithyanandam, and welcome everyone to today's segment of the Adi Kailasa ship. Specifically, today we will be looking into what is being addressed in the Adi Kailasa COVID Care Protection Center, which is providing holistic protection on all levels in this corona pandemic. First, we need to understand where the world is heading today. If one scrolls through the headlines today, every country facing this pandemic and concerning proportions of the same happening throughout the world. Today, one can see the latest news just as a few hours ago is of Lebanon going through this terror caused by the pandemic. Over the last few months itself, it's been a sustained problem that the world is facing, and in terms of medical care as well as education, not just few months, probably now it's coming to touch a year. Younger adults have been seen to more likely report symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder. And various studies have been made to study what percentage of the population is impacted and to what level. The next few slides is going to reveal to us the level of the problem in terms of who all impacted and to what extent. As this first graph itself shows, the youngest age group of adults, youth, 18 to 24, 56% say they have symptoms of anxiety and or depressive disorder. 25 to 49, the next age group at close to 50%. The next, the so-called more mature population, 50 to 64 age group at almost 40%, and the elderly at 65 plus at 30%. So one can see practically every age group impacted by the corona pandemic. And to really understand the extent of the problem in terms of how it was just 2 years back in the pre-corona period versus now in 2021, the average share of adults reporting symptoms of anxiety disorder and or depressive disorder, just comparing between January of 2019 and January of 2021, as per the Household Pulse survey and the NHIS release program and the US Census Bureau conducted Household Pulse survey shows in January of 2019, 11% of the adults said that they had symptoms of either anxiety or depression. Whereas in 2021, where we are today, it is at a whopping 41%, close to almost half of the population and a jump of almost 4 times the numbers that used to exist in the pre-corona period. The share of adults reporting the symptoms is reflected also in the workforce, where various surveys have been conducted to study the workforce health survey and what employees say they feel more than half the time at work. How do they feel? And the results say 34% feel they feel tired, 34% they feel stressed more than half the time at work, 27% say they feel burnt out, 22% say they feel discouraged, 19% say they are distracted, 17% say they are depressed. Needless to say, any workforce health in the pre-corona period used to study more about how employees are feeling in terms of fulfillment, satisfaction, career-wise, in terms of their ambitions, in terms of work-life balance. And today, the survey itself has now skewed to asking how they are feeling more than half the time at work in terms of just mental health. And the results are obviously concerning, where it is no longer reflecting people's ambitions or career hopes. It is more indicating basic mental health, where people are saying they're feeling tired, they're feeling stressed out, burnt out, discouraged, distracted, and depressed. One can see here the American Psychological Association having declared COVID-19 as a national mental health crisis. The stress that it has brought in its wake. Nearly 8 in 10 say the coronavirus pandemic is a significant source of stress in their life. Nearly 7 in 10 say they have experienced increased stress over the course of the pandemic. Now that's a whopping 70 to 80% of the people saying they have experienced stress. It is not just the physical impact that the virus is having, that the corona pandemic is bringing. It's not just the millions of deaths that are happening in its wake and continue to grow. It is also the mental health crisis that has been generated in its wake, where people are not able to handle their lives, their mental health itself. 1 in 4 essential workers, that is like 25%, have been diagnosed with mental or health disorders since the start of the pandemic. Now, one really needs to understand what this means. First, we have seen almost 50% or more of the youth impacted by either anxiety or depressive disorder. And then we have the workforce, the people at office saying they are either stressed or burnt out or depressed. And then we saw in the United States itself, more than 70% of the people saying they're stressed about the pandemic. And here we have the very people who are supposed to be helping people out of this crisis, the mental health crisis, the stress, the depression, the essential health workers, they themselves, at 25% of them, have been diagnosed with this mental health disorder itself since the start of the pandemic. One can see it is official that COVID-19 could exacerbate doctors' existing mental health burden. More than 60,000 US healthcare workers have contracted COVID-19. 300 have died. Now, this is in contrast to an estimated 300 to 400 physicians dying by suicide every year. Of the health workers who treated patients during this COVID-19 outbreak, let's see the numbers. It's 50% showed signs of depression, 45% showed signs of anxiety, which means we are in a situation where practically the whole planet, close to 50 to 70% of the people impacted by stress or anxiety or depression. And the very workforce, the essential health workers who are supposed to be treating these mental health disorders, they themselves, at 50% of them showing signs of anxiety or depression. And every segment of the population practically affected across all age groups, across all social strata. And one can see here the self-reported mental health among pregnant women and new mothers. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the associated symptoms of depression and anxiety at 15% depression and 29% anxiety for pregnant women and new mothers. And now during this COVID-19 pandemic, it's almost 41% of the women feeling depressed and 72% feeling anxiety. And as we all know, any symptoms or any mental health issues or physical health issues faced by pregnant women or new mothers naturally impacts the offspring, the child. And this concerning numbers at almost 50% of the mothers facing mental health disorders is but naturally going to affect the generation which is just being born. Here one can see the number of COVID-19 deaths worldwide as of just a few days back, with the United States as a leading numbers, and followed very closely by Brazil, India, Mexico, and further countries. And now we can see the virus has spread to 6 continents. 4.4 million people had died after contracting the respiratory virus, and over 128,000 of these deaths have occurred in just Italy. And here the cumulative, this is as per the United Nations reports, cumulative confirmed COVID-19 cases per million population, the average by region. And one can see just in the last few months, right from March 2020, that is last year, to this year, April, the numbers growing at extremely accelerated pace.
What do you need to know about the Delta variant? The Delta variant of COVID-19 has been called a variant of concern by the World Health Organization because of its high transmittability, where the Delta variant is identified, it quickly and efficiently spreads between people. As on 12th August, the Delta variant has been reported in 142 countries and is expected to continue spreading. The Delta variant is highly contagious, more than 2 times as contagious as its previous variants. The Delta variant might cause more severe illness than previous strains in unvaccinated persons. In 2 different countries from Canada and Scotland, Patients infected with the Delta variant were more likely to be hospitalized than the patients infected with Alpha or the original variant strains. Now, what do you need to know about the Delta variant? The fully vaccinated people with Delta variant, breakthrough infections can spread the virus to others. However, vaccinated people appear to be infectious for a shorter period. Previous variants typically produced less virus in the body of infected fully vaccinated people than in unvaccinated people. In contrast, the Delta variant seems to produce the same high amount of virus in both unvaccinated and fully vaccinated people. However, like other variants, the amount of virus produced by the Delta breakthrough infections is fully vaccinated people also goes down faster than the infections in unvaccinated people. This means even the fully vaccinated people are likely infectious for the less time than the unvaccinated people. Now let us watch this video where a doctor breaks down saying that she has never seen something like this ever before, working in these COVID care protection centers. Especially, she's from Mumbai, and she's going to share her experiences of how brutal these infections are and what kind of impact that these infections have on the humanity.
We have to literally manage patients at home with oxygen, and this is not something we are enjoying. So I really want all of you to follow a few things that I really, अगर आपको लग रहा है कि आपको 1 साल से कोरोना नहीं पर हीरो हो या आपकी इम्यूनिटी बहुत अच्छी है और आपको ऐसे कुछ नहीं होगा, तो आप गलत फहमी में हो. हम यंग लोगों को देख रहे हैं. I mean, we have a 35-year-old who's on the ventilator, and we are not able to help people now. So we do not want, we really don't want any of you to be in that situation. So, sorry. I think ये जो इमोशनल ब्रेकडाउन है हम डॉक्टर्स में अब सबको कोई ना कोई समय हो रहा है, बिकॉज we've not been so helpless. Okay. We have to literally manage patients.
So
you can see how the COVID-19 has affected India, especially. The crematorium continues as India COVID-19 death toll crosses 3 lakh lives. Madhya Pradesh hitting COVID deaths, cremations challenge official data. Shocking COVID deaths in India preparing to cope up with a sharp surge. COVID-19 pandemic in India, 4.7 million more COVID deaths. So when the third world countries are closing their doors, when the first world countries are closing their doors, it is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Swamiji has opened his de facto spiritual embassies of Kailasa to one and all as COVID care protection centers. All the viewers, all of you are welcome to be part of this COVID care protection centers and save your lives and claim your conscious sovereignty. So anybody who wants to join the COVID care protection centers, you'll be able to avail free food, free accommodation, free internet services. You can work from home. You can experience a complete enlightenment ecosystem in Adi Kailas and Nithyananda Paramashivam, where you have a temple, Goshala, Anamandir, you can do pujas, you can manifest powers. There are plenty of things. All the beautiful, precious gifts that Hinduism has offered to the humanity, you can avail all of them and more. So we welcome you to be part of this beautiful happening in Adi Kailas and Nithyananda Paramashivam. which Devi herself has blessed, that this is going to save the humanity from the Pralaya. So we invite one and all to join this COVID Care Protection Center. You can register through the link below, kailasa.org/Kailasa KAILASA.org/KAILASACARE. So with this, we would like to invite one and all to be part of this COVID Care Protection Center. Stay tuned before we get into the next segment of today's session.
We get you help. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become Ekailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. Withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment science. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures and backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely.
Okay.
Nithyanandam, welcome back, dear participants. And just now, after all of us heard a very beautiful segment of how thousands of people are during these times of the pandemic, especially as we saw the statistics, how the people who are working in the work front, in their career, and many people are facing so many crises in terms, etc. And how at this time, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up the doors of Adi Kailasa and opened up his own home to protect the people from the pandemic. Now, this whole time of the pandemic, there are so many people who are going through so much of suffering, going through so much of mental health issues and so many crises in their life. Who else but the Cosmic Mother can, out of her compassion, can come and attend to her children, guiding them step by step. Joining with us today is Manitya Sukhagnanananda from Malaysia, who is going to share with us about her journey her experience with Devi Parashakti, of how throughout, as the cosmic mother, Swamiji held her hands and walked her through some of the biggest problems and difficulties in her life. Nithyanandamma.
Nithyanandamma.
Would you like to just introduce yourself and
okay.
start with your experience? Joining with us.
My name is Suzy. I'm from Malaysia, KL Adinam in Malaysia. My spiritual name is Nithya Suganyanananda, given by Swamiji 2 years back. And I'm with Sangha for quite some time, but this Devi Darshan Parashakti, I wanted to ask because I wanted to know what is my role in Sangha in Kailasa. What can I do? So that was my intention of asking Devi in a month of May. Sometime in May, Devi Darshan, I happened to join in, and I asked her, Ma, please bless the family, and also let me know what is my role in the Sangha that I can do. All the while I have been in the Analaya doing a lot of things for Malaysia Adinam because I was involved in the Thaipusam Nadan and all that in Adinam. So I wanted to know what role I can do. That was the biggest thing because I really wanted to do a lot of things for the Adinam in Malaysia, Kailasa in Malaysia. So when I asked her, that was a real shocking thing that she gave me an answer. She said, you have a lot of things to do in Kailasa. There's nothing that you cannot do. But before that, I want you to go and do this. And what she uttered was a big shock for me, a big thing that like what I told few of them who called me after listening to what Devi said, was like a big, what he said, kind of a spear came and hit me on my chest. That's how heavy it was, because at the end of it, what she asked me was involvement of my family member. It was not somebody outside where I can easily go and do complete about it and say, okay, this is what it is. I can complete. I can do this. If you're not, I'm not interested. It's okay. But this was my family, none other than my own family member. So how do I stand and do things with that? How do I do a completion with them? How do I go about it? So many things. It was like I was in a real confused state at that time. I was like, a lot of people have volunteered to help out how to go about it. But I'm very, very grateful because Sangha stood up at the back with me, they guide me, they hold hand with me to make sure come out of it, like guide me with everything that what was said in the Guru Gita. They give me explanation, they give me what is hypocrite. They even send me a video to say, Ma, watch this, what Swamiji talk about hypocrite. But did you understand all this? And every day it was like, I had to do, I attended IA before, I did completion, but this completion that I was going through was, every bit was, I cried. Actually, I cried specifically a lot of days, right from the month of May until today, I would say, until the 2 days when she just released me out of it. I was like going through day by day, every day I was called, I was told to do this, I was doing completion until there are days that I do understand, I come up with my understanding of what I have to do. Then after another 2 days, I go back again on falling into this, what do you call, the normal logic pattern, the logic. So I said, no, why should I do this? Why should I? This is not my responsibility. I started pushing. Then after that, they said, okay, Ma, you're not in the good state. You go back. Again, you sit in. So this was like, I think I did more completion and I wrote a lot of, I think I wrote more books than what I attended the IAL for 21 days completion, I would say. So this completion was, I think, this is what he wanted to break me of, So it was like I have to sit and write and do things, and I went, approach. I was like belittled by my own family. Do you know that? That feeling is not easy for anybody to take it, because it is no outsider, it was your own immediate family. And you got to, whether for the 10 years that I've been with Sangha, with my Guru, where do I keep? Is it my family or my Guru? So I went all the way. I went and fought with everybody. Actually, practically, I was chased away from the house. Okay, from my family. I was chased away for something that it doesn't fall into this logic. Just look at this. Just look at that. This is not logic. This is not this. What you are doing, this not. So, but I kept standing. I said, no, what you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. This is what it is. So, and also the guidance that I got was
Actually,
put me into that balance myself, that I came to an understanding that this is what it is, whether it is my brother, my sister, my nephew, my son, my husband, whoever it is, this is my journey with my Guru. I stood strongly on that. That is my utmost belief until now, that I don't think so. I've told this to my son. Nobody can take this away from me. Nobody has any right to take this away from me. I stood strongly on that. That is what I think I got this blessing from Devi now, that I stood strongly on that belief of I will be there. That's all. Nothing is going to shake. It is, at the end of it, it is not easy, but when I did it, I felt at the end of it so much of relief in me. And it's so much of relief.
Actually, such an important thing you're sharing, Ma. See, during this pandemic, especially, the divorce rates, suicide rates, conflicts in the families have all spiked up drastically. Like if you see any news you see, there's so much of family fights and conflicts that has just increased drastically, mainly because of the lockdowns, because of the whole thing, the COVID situation, the lockdowns. People are being forced to be together in the house, which was not the case before. So the way how these things are happening in the outer world, like to so many people, are like the conflicts are going very, very high. But at that time, are they becoming subject to that toxicity? Because so many people decide to end their lives itself, just because they cannot handle the toxicity. Whether the whole family is trying to put them through, or it is their own delusion, whatever it might be. The way the outer world impacts the inside it has very, very drastically gone to the negative side, especially because of the situation of the pandemic, etc. So many people become subject to that toxicity, and the toxicity that they are becoming victims of may even be so fatal, because many people end their lives through suicide, or they just collapse mentally. They get addicted to drugs, they get addicted to substance use, which is not necessary. But here you are, coming and sharing from Malaysia. You're here today sharing about how Devi Parashakti, the ultimate cosmic mother, handheld you through every step, showing you that you are her daughter, showing you that she is there, continuously protecting you, there with you in every step, giving you that confidence to say, no, I know my Guru is the ultimate, and I decide to stand up for him Come what may in front of me, I will stand up only for him. That decision that you have taken, not just for this Janma, even if you decide to take births again and again, or even when you are liberated, throughout you will feel just this one decision that you have taken as the best decision of your life. Because from this moment onwards, your life will take an exponential turn and transform itself into something phenomenal. Phenomenal. And understand, Ma, what you have gotten is not something small. Because so many people, so many women today are literally crying in their homes, crying inside themselves, because they feel so much of partiality is happening, so many conflicts are happening, they are being subject to a lot of toxicity that they are not able to handle, and there is no support for them. But here you are, standing up as a front for all, telling them, hey, don't worry, because this is what I went through. But the cosmic mother, through the avatar, my own guru, she was continuously there for me.
Actually, when we
Hand-holding
say
me.
continuously there, literally, it was not like Devi blessed once. There were so many times where Devi was speaking to you, guiding. It was not just one answer. Like there were at least 4 or 5 times where Devi blessed you, guided you every step of the way, saying, this is what it is, do this. And, you know, every time guiding you for that enlightenment, giving you that ultimate spiritual guidance. And here you are, finally walked out of that conflict, empowered, complete and peaceful and blissful. Hangover is not there in your inner space. It was such a beautiful sharing, Ma, and how Devi literally till she guided you every step, put you in the test, and also was there until through and through till you passed it, and she gave you the best of the wounds, leading you. Now you are living the life that you always wanted, and such a happy and blissful life. Your sharing was so beautiful, and I'm sure everybody that listened to will understand how Devi Parashakti's revelation, how Swamiji empowers us to even walk out of the biggest conflicts in life just through these ultimate profound guidances. So
How do you feel about this, Ma?
You see, when, like what I said, when she said that there's this drogi in your family, you know, your family member, and you know it's going to bring down your clan and all that. So that really was very hurting. But I did all my best I could. I will never say it's my best. I put in everything because I knew I lost a lot of things on the way. My relationship, a lot of relationship, I lost it on the way. But I just to stand for what I believed in strongly. And when at the end of it, when Devi gave me this blessing, that day, tears just started rolling. And for the whole day, I was like in cloud 9. I was just telling everybody actually on that day. A lot of people, when they messaged me, I said, I'm feeling so blessed. And the moment the blessing came, it was so, a lot of things immediately came out of me. It was like so much of happiness started coming in, and I felt like I'm in the cloud. And and one thing I believe after the blessing, I just believe everything will be very auspicious from now onwards for me in my life. I believe strong, saying it just like that. I really, really, really believe that a lot of auspicious is on the way for me.
Absolutely, Ma. You not just believe, you'll see it manifesting. And just one thing, remember, anything, whatever you give up for the sake of Guru, you will get Guru and that also. If you drop the Guru for the sake of something else, you will neither get that nor the Guru. You chose the right decision, and you will see how you are showered upon. You will never lose whatever you thought as you have lost. You will realize very soon that how cosmos showers you back with much more. So thank you so much, Ma. Thank you so much.
Hopefully, I'll be sharing more in coming to tell you guys how it is being showered to me. All these things happening.
Would love to hear more. Would love to hear more, and I'm sure the viewers will also be, because all of us keep hearing your name more and more from Devi, more than anyone else. So absolutely, it's so lovely to hear from you, Ma. Thank you so much for coming and sharing your experiences.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you for calling. Thank you.
Nithyanandam.
Actually, to every viewer that is watching us right now, how Devi Parashakti, how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism actually is manifesting Devi Parashakti out of his extreme compassion and attending to thousands of people. There are people who ask from their past, their present, their future, people who ask for healing, people who ask for career decisions, every way, at every point of their life, guiding them, empowering them to manifest a life that they want, which is peaceful, blissful, all powerful, and for them to coexist in that space of oneness with the ultimate. This is something profound, extraordinary, because this is what humanity is seeking for, looking for, especially at the times of this pandemic. Now, all of us, everybody that is listening to, please understand, you are here at this moment because Devi Parashakti has chosen to manifest in your life through the living embodiment, the Nija Avatara of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Understand, when you have Bhava Samadhi Darshan, it is not an event that is happening in space and time. It takes you, it lifts you out of that space and time. That is why when you see Devi Parashakti sitting in front of you on the screen, your neurons start mirroring that of what is happening in Swamiji. The bhava, the experience, the bhava that you have is defined as directing and activating your emotional and spiritual energy, which gets created when you meditate on the avatar.
Understand, the brain neurons mirror, activate, and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That any physical act of imitation, that means our entire body silently, without any movement, recreates what is happening distances far away, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. Now, the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan is not that there is no obstacle that can stop it. In fact, this science knows no distance. Some modern phenomenon that the modern science is discovering and terming as quantum tunneling. When you enter into this space, our thought per second rate significantly reduces, and we relax into a space that is beyond thoughts, where we become mentally at ease in coexisting dimensions beyond duality, where we and the divine come one, unconditioned by the parameters of time and space. Now, to explain this quantum tunneling, it is the probability of an electron with less kinetic energy to cross over the potential energy of an energy barrier. An electron acts both as a particle and as a wave. Imagine the scenario, right? What happens when an electron with less kinetic energy is approaching a hill? Will the electron be able to cross over the potential energy of the hill? As a particle, it cannot. It will require more kinetic energy to cross over it. But as a wave, it can. The electron as a wave can just propagate through it. And this phenomenon is called as quantum tunneling. And this is the same science that's imposed on the people. Witness the Bhava Samadhi. It's because our brain neurons will be mirroring what is happening in the avatar. Whatever is happening in Swamiji during the darshan will be happening inside us. Through quantum tunneling, we are able to travel through the divine energy and mirror exact same neurons. Now let's enter into the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan.
There's a beautiful reference from Chaitanya Charitamrita, a beautiful verse. अपरिकलित पूर्वौकस चमत्कार करी स्फुरति मम गरियन्य समधुर्य पुरवयमहमपि हन्त प्रेक्य संयम लुब्ध चेतौ सरभसम् उपभोक्तुं कमयेरधिकेव दर्पणद्येधे कियदि अपन मधुरी अस्वदिते लोभ होई अस्वदिते नरी विचर कोरिये यदि अस्वदुपय रधिक स्वरूप तबे लोभो मनोदय. This is written by Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, where he describes a beautiful incident where Bhagavan Shri Krishna, once he sees his reflection, his own reflection in a jeweled wall, he was amazed at the sweetness of it, and he said, "How unprecedented and astonishing is this deep and indescribable sweetness of mine. Alas, when I see it, even I become greedy to enjoy its sweetness, just like Radhika. When I see my own sweetness in the mirror, I become eager to taste it, but I can't. After due consideration, I find that the only way to relish the sweetness is through the constitution of Sri Radhika."
Actually, just for all the viewers, we have an update to share with all of you. Special live Devi Parashakti Akashic readings will be happening at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. That's another almost 2.5 hours from now. So the darshan would be happening at 10 p.m. Indian Standard Time. Stay tuned, because we are going to be having a lot more people that are going to be coming and sharing their amazing experiences with us.
See, understand this Bhava Samadhi Darshan that we are going to witness, that's a beautiful science where the Nija avatar, the avatar, manifests the formless, the consciousness, which expresses through the being of Paramashiva, manifests through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as Nija Avatara, the physical form, the embodied form for us to experience Paramashiva.
We have a beautiful Shastra Pramana. This is from Malini Vijayotara. It says, Kathana Chakti Padadva Yadva Padavalokanat Prasadat Svaguru Samyak Rapyate Paramam Padam. Teachings of the Guru Kathana by the Shakti Pada, the graceful transmission of the spiritual powers. By looking at the sacred feet of the Guru, or by the complete loving favor Sada, the ultimate goal and space, Paramam Padam, is attained. So today what we are going to be having is the Parashakti Akashic reading, where Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism will be radiating, will literally embody Devi Parashakti. So that is what we say as Bhava Samadhi. So what actually happens is where the formless Devi Parashakti or consciousness, through the being of Rajarajeshwari, manifests in the physical embodied form of Devi Meenakshi. This is the science of Bhava Samadhi Darshan. This is what exactly that is going to be happening today. See, even Archavataras, means deities, they also manifest the being. They manifest intensely the being, the light, the body, the Divya Sharira. But unfortunately, human beings are not mature enough to get the higher level experiences directly from the deities, the Archavataras. So to bridge this gap, the most compassionate avatar, the living avatar, manifests, bridges this gap, and gives a superconscious energy to all of us. When we have the Bhava Samadhi Darshan of the Nijavatara, manifesting beings of various dimensions of Paramashiva, the auspicious components and powerfulness of those dimensions of Paramashiva are awakening. Understand? Those components of Paramashiva are awakening us. The dimension of Paramashiva manifesting in the Nijavatara, us to experience the same is Bhava Samadhi Darshan. Actually, Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the direct experience of costless bliss. During Bhava Samadhi Darshan, our whole being comes alive and celebrates the energy wave of existence. Our very muscles learn to imbibe and radiate Paramashivoham. Bhava Samadhi Darshan is like a window to the infinite expanse of consciousness, allowing us to glimpse the formless in a way that we can understand. Without even much effort from our side, our very bio-memory awakens to that space of Paramashiva, the ultimate consciousness. To have a glimpse of, or having a darshan of Pata, cleanses the karmas of lifetimes. It creates a deep, a lasting transformation. When you have the darshan of the avatar, any incompletion, all your karmas is just removed. The only space that you need to be in is in the space of gratitude. Gratitude enables a reflection of consciousness, the divine, on all levels, be it physical, psychological, physiological, ultimately even in your conscious level. That is why darshan meditation as a preparation helps you to fall into that space of gratitude. Understand, it is during that time that any conscious resolution, the Satya Sankalpa of anything we want or need in our life drops. You will become so purely soaked in the space of being ready to reflect the consciousness of Paramashiva. And that is all you need to manifest the best for your life and the lives of people around you. Now, what is the space that you're supposed to sit in? Just decide. Just pray to Parashakti, saying, Parashakti, Parameshwari, I know you are the source of everything. You are everything, and you are in the embodied form of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And you are in this body also. You are the source for both. Let me connect with you. Let me be in the Bhava Samadhi of you. Let you reveal yourself. Now, in this same space, let us do another important step to prepare us. There might be many of you who are here for the first time, and you may understand, like you may have a question, how do you feel to be guided by Devi Parashakti? What does it mean when we say Devi Parashakti is guiding you? Or what do we mean? What does it mean when we say the cosmic mother is revealing the profound truths to you? For you to understand, just to experientially share with you, joining with us are few of the participants who directly received the guidance from Devi Parashakti. Let us enter, let us listen to them after a short break.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct spiritual support, and we make sure you become wealthy. We won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Whole world should become e-Kailashians. I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that. E-Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have illusionary assumptions, highest response, alive response for life continuously. E-Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity, withdrawal from life, self-hatred, self-denial, self-doubt, so much of tiredness, laziness. We can support you, aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this absolutely perfected knowledge available to you, served to you in your home without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. What I mean by the word E-Kailasa, listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world. all powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem. I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you protect Dharma, Dharma protects you. We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Nityanandam,
Welcome back, dear viewers. And what we just had a very powerful sharing about from Susi Vimal, who shared from Malaysia, who shared about how Parashakti was there with her in every step of her life. We just saw that, and that was so powerful, so exciting. And the next person that we have with us is, I think, she's going to be more relatable with all of you, because how many of the viewers here, at least from the time pandemic started, have been facing a lot of health issues, and like whether you or your near and dear ones, and you have been looking for help. And here we have Ma Uma Maheshwari, who's sharing with us how she just reached out to Devi. I actually like the way she put it. She said, I just reached out to Devi Parashakti. So now let's listen from her experience, and what did she have as this amazing just after Devi's Christmas. Yes, Nithyanandamma.
Nithyanandam. So can I start my sharing? Actually, I have to
sure,
say that.
You can just introduce yourself, how long you've known Swamiji for, and where you from, etc. Then you can start.
Okay, I'm Uma Maheshwari from Malaysia. I think I know Swamiji around 2 to 3 years. Still new actually, but whatever I go through, the experience which I get from Swamiji, I have to say it's magical. It's like a magic story for me. So yeah, recently, like there's a Devi Parashakti reading, right? Before that, I have to say I am very grateful to meet Swamiji in this birth itself. Like there are many of us out here, we are facing many difficulties in our life, but here, even though there are so many difficulties in my life, but with Swamiji in my life, I think my life is getting better in many ways. So I have to say that I and my family, we are very lucky to meet Swamiji here in this birth. Okay, coming back to the Devi Parashakti reading, I have to say there's many time I actually asked question to Devi Parashakti. One was for my mother. Recently, due to COVID pandemic, my mom, actually she was having a very bad knee pain. She was suffering very badly, where I think she actually needed to undergo a surgery. But due to this pandemic, she have to stay at home. We can't do anything about it. So I thought I'll just reach out to Swamiji, to Devi Parashakti, and asked, okay, as a daughter, maybe this was something I can do for her. So I just asked for healing. So Devi Parashakti, I remember she said, apply neem and turmeric paste on her knee. We started applying that. So maybe like a week, 2 weeks, we started to see progress on her health level. She started walking now. Back then, she couldn't walk properly. So now she's walking, she's completely fine. So happy to see that kind of improvement. Recently, when my cousin, sister, and husband, they got infected with COVID as well. So, okay, this kind of thing is not something we can accept. So she was emotionally too down. She was worried. Okay, once again, I thought of reaching out to Devi Parashakti. I asked for healing. I remember she said, "Kavale parade povanya." So I know, okay, surely they will get better. I informed them about this, and I think just last week they informed me that now they are like recovered from it, COVID negative.
Wow.
Yeah.
Actually, for your mother, they herself gave like literally like the recipe, and now, as I said, she's walking. And
yes,
how do you feel? Devi Parashakti continuously being available for you. Anything you want, as you're saying, you just reach out to her. How do you feel about it?
I feel so lucky, ma. I feel so lucky. I think like I said earlier, now for this current situation, everyone is suffering. But here I am just like connecting to Swamiji today, Parashakti through online, asking for solutions, and everything is working out. No, not even a doctor was needed at that particular time. So I feel so lucky. I feel like my whole family members, my cousins, everyone, we are so blessed to have Swamiji in our life.
Absolutely, ma. Absolutely. Because especially right now, you know, the way the pandemic is worsening in some of the South Asian countries, and actually taking a toll over the whole world. Like there's a lot of people who are getting affected with COVID, and people are desperate in knowing what is the solution for this. Who can help us out? And here we have the Cosmic Mother herself coming down every day, raising us, blessing us, and blessed people get the opportunity for hearing their names from her mouth. Oh my God. And not just that, she's assuring you and making sure that she is there in every step of your life, healing people. People are just walking out of COVID. Like that is so easily. And actually, more like even based on what you're sharing, I was also remembering how current day, like, from Malaysia, so see people who are not able to handle this pandemic, right? Including teenagers, they're becoming drug addicts.
True.
They're going into more of violence, they're becoming gangsters. This is what, as a Malaysian, you would be more familiar in seeing, like how the people are going through, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Here, Devi Parashakti is so like powerfully being available to you and assuring you that, hey, don't worry. I am there for you. You don't need any of those drugs. You don't need anything. When your mom is suffering, you just are able to reach to your cosmic mom. That's what you just did. And she healed her. And you're in front of your eyes, she's making her walk.
Yes.
What more blessing can a being ask for? More than having ultimate cosmic mother herself. Like whenever you call, she is there for you.
Yes, she's always there for me. Feel too blessed. And for those who are watching, I just want to share that if you are in the same situation, you might be depressed, you might be having some health issues, you might feel yourself like you're not getting anywhere out of this, just drop it to Devi Parashakti, to Swamiji. I'm 101% sure you will somehow get out of it with a good spiritual solutions.
So beautiful, Ma.
But actually, I just like to ask you another thing that I'm sure every viewer would want to hear. See, in this time, when this whole COVID is deadly, people, even I'm like, it's so beautiful that you're coming out and sharing it, because people are so there is so much of fear, there's so much of there's so many things around it, right? Like if a person gets it, they give up on. Now, when people go around finding for solutions, even if they get healed, to heal from its after effects, it's all a big thing. Here you are, and you're like, the way you share, it shows not just that their healing is one, it's a medical miracle. It is not just guidance. Devi has actually walked them out of physical disorders, physical health issues, life-threatening issues such as COVID itself. 2 people have been walked out of the whole COVID attack. Now, that is one, but along with that also, how the impact that it has on you. Like you are here sitting, smiling, and you're talking, which itself is a statement that there is no stress, there is no incompletion, that hangover that these incidents would normally have otherwise is not a space. That just these answers of Devi has empowered you to be able to, handle these situations. What would you like to share to the viewers? Why do you think Devi Parashakti, Swamiji and Swamiji's guidance as an avatar is necessary to humanity at this point in time?
Okay, personally, I think like I used to be someone who don't believe Swamiji. Let me just be frank. I don't believe when my family was saying so many things about him. But it took me like around 2 years after they get to know. So I felt like, what is it actually that? What's the truth? And to understand Swamiji, you have to put yourself in, drop that logic, drop that doubt. Just okay, let me see what's happening. That's how I actually came in, and I started seeing so many things changing in my life. It's not like there's no problem. There is always a problem. But the thing is, each time the way I managed to come out of the problem, the confidence I get, knowing that someone is actually there for me. So that's the best part of it. It can't be expressed by words. They have to go through it. For that, they have to come in.
So beautiful, Ma. Actually, that is a very beautiful sharing, because especially that people who see the anti-Hindu elements that are seeing what phenomenal being Swamiji is. They're force-feeding this abusive and false narrative, and they're force-feeding that into that alternative, abusive, that hate-filled narrative into every person, and trying to stop their connection with Swamiji. But like as you said, there are so many people who, after hearing all these, and they get curious into knowing how after so much attack for so many years, still this person is able to go to such an extent, creating a nation for all the Hindus, and opening his own home for all the people to save themselves from the pandemic, and untouched by any of these abuses. So what is the truth? And moment that question enters inside you, the divine intervention happens. And here, like how you are saying, you had to come to experience it, who just 2 years ago was someone else, and now your whole life has taken a complete different turn, and here you are as a new being, ready, knowing that the cosmos is continuously there with you. So that's so beautiful, Ma. I think so many viewers who are watching us would also be able to very easily relate to that, because so many people might be going through that phase, and they might have just stumbled upon this video just as a divine intervention happening in their lives. So thank you so much for such a beautiful sharing, Ma.
Thank you.
That's really beautiful.
Is there anything else that you want to add? Is there anything else that you want to add?
No, Ma, just drop your fears, drop your doubts, come to Swamiji, your life will definitely change.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
So
Ma.
beautiful, Ma. Thank you for taking your time. Thank you for coming here and sharing your experiences with people. And thank you so much.
Thank you.
Actually, life with Swamiji is so magical, as Ma Uma was sharing beautifully. After meeting Swamiji, it is nothing but magical. Everything. Like imagine where people can walk out of COVID pandemic just like that, just by the blessings, just by the words of Swamiji's, and how people can, the one who needed surgery was able to walk back again normally because of Swamiji's blessings. Understand, with Guru, life is magical, where the impossible becomes possible, simply possible, and you are empowered to create a reality which is blissful, peaceful, conflict-free, powerful. And each of these sharings, listening to these extraordinary sharings from people, reminds us about the same. Now, we also have few more people who have been who are sharing about how Swamiji, how meeting Swamiji, how being with Swamiji has empowered them. Why they are with Swamiji? What exactly is the difference in their life? So let us watch one of the videos. People, some of them sharing about how meeting Swamiji has had a huge impact in their life.
Nithyanandam. So thank you for being here. Today is going to be a very short but straight to the point video, and I'm here with my father. And the topic of the video is why I follow Nithyananda Swamiji. So before I ask him the question, I just want to mention briefly, for those who don't know, that my mother is the one who connected to Swamiji first in 2010, if I remember correctly, so for about 10 years now. Then my brother felt the connection and actually decided to pursue the lifestyle of sannyas. In 2016, I felt the inner calling directly from Swamiji, and I went to my first program. And then a few months later, also in 2016, my father attended his first program. So now the question is, why do you follow Swamiji, Nithyananda?
Yes. It is in 2016. I was the latecomer of the family to Swamiji, and I had decided to participate myself, with other members of the family being there, to participate in the inner awakening called Parashakti 2016. During this inner awakening, Swamiji was conducting different meditations, and something happened during one of them. Very simply, the story is very simple. We were all together, sitting close to each other, and he said, if you see your neighbor not fully awake, you can have your eyes open, you can have your eyes closed, but if you see your neighbor is a bit weak at that level, wake him up. So it started, and I'm one of those who prefers to have the eyes closed. So I was very, very aware, fully aware, following really what was going on. And all of a sudden, on my right knee, just above my right knee, I feel a very strong grip, like something catching me like that. I said, oh boy. I had the eyes closed, and I said, oh boy, my neighbor thinks I'm falling asleep. So, yes, Swatantira laughs. And I opened my eyes and looked at him, and no, he was looking straight ahead. He had the eyes opened. So we finished the meditation, and at the end, I looked at him and I said, oh, you thought I was falling asleep. He looks at me quite surprised, and he says, oh, no? I said, come on, you had a firm grip on my knee. He said, I didn't touch you, I swear it. And I was very puzzled. What was that? So the day ends up, we're going back to the hotel, and at the time I was going to bed, I was checking my legs, and I look at my right knee, which had been for years swollen, let's say, a good third bigger than the left one, because of a disc which blocked someday, quite a few years ago. I look at that knee, and it's exactly the same size as the other one. That was really a startling event for me. I did not understand what had gone on really, but I was obliged to admit that I had received a healing. So such thing happening, really, I got really involved in everything with Swamiji, and started to be very, very disciplined in terms of his recommendations. Puja every morning, very early, at 3 o'clock in the morning. Yoga, session yoga after that. In between, I even added myself to my routine the golden light exercise help awakening the third eye. All these things every day, every day, every day. And this is I really started to connect with Swamiji. It was I had first been impressed by what happened.
It was unexpected.
It was unexpected. It was totally unexpected. And then through this regular, in my daily life, through this regular discipline of doing the puja, the yoga, and this exercise I mentioned, slowly but surely kind of a connection was established. And I wouldn't miss anything. Even when I wake up maybe a little bit more tired one morning, there is no way I would miss the yoga. There is no way I would miss the puja.
And you wake up before Brahma Muhurta. You wake up before 4:30 actually.
Well, I have a special way to conduct my life. And yes, honestly, everything starts exactly at 2 o'clock for the puja, to tell you the whole story. So, and then I go, of course, for my daily activity, as I'm still, I'm going to turn 75, and I'm still active professionally in the health business. So this is the way I really connect myself every morning, very early, with Swamiji. Now, what has been particular is that as this process, which has now lasted for quite a few years, as this process has slowly but surely established in me, there is a kind of connection which I was not suspecting to arrive, which really came out. And this is what I would like just to explain in a very few words. When I'm working sometimes, or when I'm in a more or less meditative mood on weekends, on periods of rest, let's say a little bit, there is sometimes a kind of, I just evoke the Swamiji. And there is kind
How
of...
do you do that? Do you chant Mahavakya, or you think
Oh,
about him?
I can do that, but it happens. It may happen even in my office while I work, when I'm at work, you know. And all of a sudden, I start that installing itself in me, about like this. Great peace all of a sudden, even if there is a bit of turmoil activity around me, and kind of a joy. I feel all of a sudden very joyful. And when this happens now, I know he is just there. I cannot say anything else. I just know he's there, and I just know I'm connecting even without knowing why. So this is my real story about my connection with Swamiji. Every night before going to bed, I chant the Mahavakya. That was a recommendation made by one of the Balasans during the Akashic readings. I speak to Swamiji. I speak to Swamiji, and I'm now like, you know, with this joy which is there very easily when I'm in such a situation, I start to tell him what are my projects. And I remember what he said one day in one of his satsang. He said, instead of exhausting yourself talking with your inner chat, talk to me. You know? And I took it very seriously. Every time I'm in a situation where I have an hesitation, where I am upset a little bit, Swamiji, what would you do? Swamiji, what would you do? You know, and then I go to bed on this. After speaking to him, sometimes just to thank him in gratitude, sometimes just as putting on to his feet my problem, I go to bed, chant the Mahavakya, and go to bed. And that's my life now with Swamiji. And really, there's such peace, such joy, and a nice relationship with the people around me. I cannot imagine anything else any better.
And when you wake up in the morning after telling him about your problems, what happens? Do you have some clarity?
I always ask him. I always ask him to inspire me, even if my body is at rest during the night. So I cannot say anything about that really as a particular thing which happened, but I know it's very easy for me to get up. First thing, very easy for me to get up. I even at the time I get up, I don't even need the alarm clock. I would say 50% of the time. It's just the program is there. But no, I cannot.
When you ask him like a specific question, or what would you do, like if you're facing some kind of problem?
Great peace is coming in.
Peace.
Great peace is coming in me right away. And sometimes I remember one particular problem which was a bit bigger than usual, and I was upset, and the word came out from I don't know where, unclutch, and peace came right away. That's the kind of
instant connection.
Instant connection and experience.
That's very useful.
And it's not coming from the mental. I can tell you, the mind is totally quiet. Yeah.
Wow, actually, you shared some things that I wasn't even aware of. I didn't know about many of the things he shared. And I want to show you something. You know, one of the things that I admired the most about my father is his stability. And when actually an instruction is given, like his ability to actually do it in a disciplined way and stable manner is something that I really admire. And one thing that I often see him do when I come in the kitchen is he's sitting in front of the computer listening to Swamiji's satsang, and he has this, like all these books, and this is his own handwriting. So you basically transcribe
word for word
what Swamiji says. And sometimes when he doesn't know the word, you know, he'll ask around and do a little research on Google. So what do you get from this kind of practice?
You know, I'm not somebody who is going to read and reread and study and restudy. And I'm not afraid to say it's exactly the same thing with Swamiji. Sometimes there is maybe something which I'm going to catch and keep right away well anchored in my mind, or in my consciousness, I should say. But at times I have to read and reread. So what I like with these books is that at night, before going to bed, either I take the Living Enlightenment book, or I take one of these satsangs writings and I read them and I sleep on that. Yeah.
And for the Living Enlightenment, how do you connect to it? You ask a question, then you open it?
As I said, I have been talking to Swamiji before, and on some evenings I feel inspired to say, Swamiji, related to what I just asked, show me. And I take the Living Enlightenment, mix the pages as I can with my fingers, and all of a sudden open the book. And I can assure you, invariably, I read only where my eyes stop. I don't search. I don't search. I don't search.
Yeah.
And right away there is something in the paragraph or in the page which is really for me related to the question.
Giving the breakthrough that you need.
It's a practice I have, and I'm very fond of that practice.
Yeah, that's really beautiful. And actually I noticed, see, we're all unique beings, so we all have a different way to connecting to the master, and it's really inspiring to hear how so many different people actually connect to him, and he always gives the right solution for the being in the way that the being can understand. And all we need is just to have that receptive space and sincere heart, and just wanting that connection, having that yearning for the connection to be there. And he's honestly like the best guide in this life. So this is what we wanted to share today.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you. My pleasure.
This is the first
Thank
time
you,
that... Thank you, Swamiji. So first time my dad is featured on the channel.
Yeah, I'm not fond of social medias, let me tell you.
So I'm sure your sharing will inspire many other people.
Thank you.
So thank you, Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam.
Nithyanandam. I am Brenda from Mauritius. I was working as an administrator in a company. I know Swamiji for almost 2 years from a YouTube video. I was very impressed by his teaching that I have continued to watch his video for almost a month. My first program I have attended is Kalpataru. I have appreciated the program and attended Kalpataru classes 3 more times. Afterwards, I have attended Mandala process and initiation into power manifestation, which was very powerful. I have never think I will be able to do the third eye reading, which was really amazing. All teaching of Swamiji is unique. I continue to expand in knowledge. Shiva. Swamiji's teaching give me a lot of strength and I feel very powerful. Thank you, Swamiji, for initiating me into Gayatri Diksha, Samaya Diksha, and Vishesha Diksha. My life has changed a lot. Since I got my Atma Linga, I do my puja every day. After puja, I feel more in bliss, peaceful and powerful. Before, we have to go to India to get initiated, but Swamiji has given us an opportunity to get an Atma Linga and get initiated wherever we are. We are also very lucky to get a glimpse of Swamiji in everyday satsang. Thank you, Swamiji. Nithyanandam.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I really rich, but money didn't give me happy. Then I tried to get the happy life in romantic love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of place. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. But I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduce Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know, and he can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already. Decide. I really appreciate my husband love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up. Founding Father of Kailasa. It's the best thing you can do in your life.
Doing the Pada Puja with him in the morning is something very special, very unique. You know, being in his breathing space and being so close, just the radiance. You know, I did it on Chitra Purnima, and the radiance emanating from him is something that you could see it on the camera a little bit, even during two-way, you know, satsang. But being actually physically in his presence, it's just like almost like moon rays. It's so bright, but it's so calm and gentle. It's really indescribable.
But I wanted to share this amazing miracle that happened yesterday. I had asked Swamiji in Prataksha Padapuja on the second day to help me. I started this business in 2009, Swamiji's blessings, but I also work part-time as an engineer at a national lab. And it's very difficult building the business, being a mom and work. And so I asked Swamiji in the Padapuja to help me make money in the business so that I could retire from my engineering job. And then two days ago in the morning, I got a text from work that they offered an early retirement package. and I qualify, and so I found out I could have 17 days of pay, 17 weeks of pay, so I could take early retirement. And so I'm going to retire June 13th. So Swamiji works really fast. And then I'm going to work full-time on my business, and I'm going to start with doing an internet radio program, and my goal is to enrich 100,000 people on the Vedic principles and talking about yoga and Ayurveda, and so I can do this full-time because Swamiji created this huge banquet for me to just, how could I say no to early retirement and getting paid, and it's an amazing blessing, and I'm still in shock, so I know it's a miracle. This is what I wanted to
Hindu, but had no idea about, I'm a Hindu, but I had no idea about the puja rituals and the sacred Rudra Abhishek rituals that we were requested to do in the mornings. A rebel in me had to be overcome by total will persistence, and it helped because I didn't manage to miss a single puja day. However, what I noticed was that it's not a routine puja. Even while you're doing the puja, there are little occurrences either with you or around you that can really annoy you, nag you, and it doesn't help you to have an enjoyable, wonderful experience. And with Swamiji's grace, I had a breakthrough 2 days ago, and managed to create a space within me about Sadashivatvam, where I said to myself, no matter what, I am going to have a wonderful puja experience every single day, with integrity, with deep reverence and devotion to Swamiji, our Guru, and Sadashiva himself. It's been 2 days. Everything has unfolded so beautifully, and I would love to continue this magical entangle of puja every single day.
This is Beilingao. I from Norway. 27th of July, I did group puja. In this puja, we allowed to write 4 family members. So I write down my husband's name and my parents to pray healthy. Around 2 o'clock in the morning, puja is finished in Norwegian time. Then after 5 hours, we eating breakfast and we go to work. But before we eating breakfast, my husband used to take some medicines and using spray to his nose and drop his eyes because he is very seriously for allergy. He is nearly 30 years. And if he don't use that, he is painful with eyes, couldn't open, and nose is bleeding sometimes. Using this medicine also over 1 year and couldn't stop. But just the same days, in that morning, before breakfast, he didn't do the same action. I'm very in that time because he is a Norwegian. I didn't tell him I did puja for him, and I also didn't ask. So we just go to job. After we go back home, and in the evening we have a free talking. I asked him, today you forgot using your medicine for your allergy for your nose and eyes. He said yes. Today morning, when I wake up, I suddenly decided myself I don't want using my medicine. So whole day I didn't feeling unwell. It's quite well. So I quit it. In my mind, I think, wow, must be Swamiji did, and strongly recommend everybody to participate in the ritual in the Swamiji of us to get blessing. Nithyananda.
Nithyanandam, welcome back to all of the viewers as we are getting ready excitedly for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, and Devi Parashakti herself will be gracing each and every one of us. I'm so sure that each and every one of you are eagerly awaiting the divine darshan of Devi Parashakti. How much, I'm sure many of you had been in the darshans beforehand, especially in just few days back. Yesterday we had just an amazing darshan. I can myself, when I remember, I feel so blissful, and I heard from so many people that the experience was just so bliss out. How after the darshan, people were just looking at each other and just smiling, and they were not able to contain their bliss. If you want this experience, if you're joining us right now for the first time, perhaps just scrolling through on Facebook, or if you just happen to find this video on YouTube, you can just tune in, stay tuned for the live darshan of Devi Parashakti herself. It was absolutely exquisite. It was just a spiritual feast, I can say. Yesterday, we were not able to take our eyes away from Devi Parashakti and her grace, her darshan, how she manifested so powerfully through the Supreme Pontificate. One of you, what was your experience? How did you feel? And if you asked a question, also many people had asked questions yesterday and the day before yesterday, and they had received such profound boons from Devi Parashakti, and just sitting and just witnessing also has such a profound experience. It is really such an amazing experience to just sit, watch, and to be witness to such an amazing darshan. And the darshan of Devi Parashakti, and I understand one thing I'd like to tell. In a temple, if you go to normally, any temple nowadays, and when we go, we have to wait in line after line, and we have to go in line, especially in Tirupati. You have to go literally up. You have to walk and you have to go through the 7 hills and walk up so many steps. And you yourself have to do so much just to get there. Finally, when you get there, it's just a blissed out experience when you witness for the first time and you have the darshan of Devi Parashakti. No, what you're doing, each and every one of us, as we are watching it, we're just coming upon Devi Parashakti. She is literally coming to us. And in every temple, if you go, if you want to have darshan of the deity, you will see in every temple, if you go, literally you will always just you will have to do so much. You have to wait in line, sometimes wait for days. I know in some temples when there's a rush, and especially during the very festive occasions. Right now we are celebrating Adivalli, we're celebrating we had finished Varalakshmi Vratam. When these festivals come around in the very big temples, the darshan of Devi Parashakti is something that people are waiting for. And they literally are always waiting for Devi Parashakti and continuously simply just waiting. And they're waiting in lines for Devi Parashakti. But here, literally, most of us are just coming across Devi Parashakti, and suddenly we have the darshan, and we have such an exquisite, live darshan of Devi Parashakti. We have the live darshan of Devi happening, and there is just no way how we can take for granted these moments. Understand, when you are offering, you yourself are opening yourself up to the divine. It is a beautiful, beautiful experience. And I just like to take a few minutes of your time today. And before we are going into the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, and we will be graced with the presence of Devi Parashakti once again, you can make an offering today. And let us first understand the context behind the offering, why we should do an offering, and then we will go into each and every one of the opportunities that you have to make an offering today. So yes, thank you so much for joining, and I hope that each and every one of you stay tuned for the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. You will literally be so blown away by the darshan. And I was hearing from some of the sharings of people who were just witnessing the darshan. If you just witness, you just have that bliss out experience. If you want that, if you are yearning for that, yearning for something higher in your life, I invite you to stay tuned. And that is all await the darshan of Devi Parashakti. While you're waiting, I'd love for each and every one of you to listen to a few of the offerings that you can make today. Yes, let's go on. How to make an offering? There is a few. Understand that each and every one of these offerings are offerings out of gratitude. Yes, let's go on. We can go to the next slide. Yes. So today we'll be having the Bhava Samadhi darshan of Devi Parashakti. And understand that we'll be having the darshan of the masculine and feminine energies. Sorry, if we can go back, I think there might be a technical glitch. Yes. The masculine and feminine, both consciousness, have to be expressed equally by humans being to be enlightened. Until enlightenment, only the masculine dimension expresses more than the feminine dimension, irrespective of both male or female physical body. Beautifully, in the Arunachala Puranam, it speaks about how Devi Parashakti literally meditate, and in Devi Parashakti herself, in the foothills of Arunachala, the great hillock, which is the form, which is the great hill, which is a form of Paramashiva himself, she meditates, and she herself, inside of herself, it describes how the feminine energy is awakened. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has spoken about this very topic elaborately on the feminine consciousness. And you can experience the feminine consciousness, experience what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism spoke about it also in the Paramashivoham program. Right now, we'll just be understanding about how the completion happens with both the masculine and feminine parts of you, and the feminine energy inside of you is awakened in order for you to experience enlightenment. So as you can see here, every human being has to complete with these 5 dimensions to achieve enlightenment. 1 is the Pitrus, the ancestors. 2 is the Kula Devata, the family deities. 3 is the parents. 4 is nature, and 5 is Guru. All of these are 5 dimensions through which you can achieve enlightenment. In our Puranas, in our history, in our scriptures, there's example after example in so many different ways where each and every great character, whether it be Rama or Krishna, or whether it be even if you see Nachiketa, the story of Nachiketa, or if you see the story of Bhagirath, all of these are great people who can who will literally give examples of how they achieved enlightenment through these 5 different ways. So our Hindu history has given us the examples. Now understand, first of all, that through these offerings we'll be completing incompletion. Incompletions are life negative and adharmic cognitions in the 5 dimensions, which lead to misconstrued karana and karya, the cause and effect, further leading to suffering and pain and calamities in the individual or personal, and as well eventually in the collective global level. Everything which we are seeing is a effect of our individual personal inner space, the life negativity that we have. Yes. Yes. And I invite each and every one of you, if you have experienced the Devi Bhava Samadhi Darshan, if you've experienced making an offering, if you experienced just witnessing and the ecstatic feeling of being connected to Devi Parashakti, then I invite you to comment down below. And I see many of you have made a donation to the e-hundi. Thank you so much for your donation towards Kailasa Erezlos Ovokiski. Sorry for the mispronunciation. Thank you so much for your donation. And I am sure each and every one of you will understand that just making an offering can open up the space, open up your space to receive Devi Parashakti. I welcome each and every one of you to comment down below as we are awaiting Devi Parashakti. If you have had an experience, there's many people who are watching now for the first time. If you've had an experience before from Devi Parashakti Akashic reading, you can comment in the comment section. I'm looking at some of the comments right now, and I'd love to interact with each and every one of you. And I'd love to speak with each and every one of you and love to hear from you about the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. There's so many people who have not heard about Devi Parashakti who are tuning in for the first time on Facebook and on Twitter, on YouTube, on Instagram. I invite you to comment in all of the different platforms, and I'd love to see your comments and interact with you about how you experienced Devi Parashakti. I myself had such an amazing experience. It was just so mind blowing the way she was manifesting and the way she was literally just oozing out that bliss. And it's amazing how no matter what, no matter the direction, no matter how much distance there is, she is just oozing out. If you just connect with her, you can feel the very same bliss. Oh my, that's amazing. So Angelica Agora Shiva Shakti, thank you so much for your comments and theme right now. You said, beautiful experience last darshan for me. Devi helped me feel more completion with my mother, and my creativity was flowing for finishing an art piece I was avoiding. The art was beautiful, amazing. Wow, this is so amazing. Angelica, thank you so much for commenting. And I hope that everyone else who is watching understands if you have any incompletion with your creativity, expressing, take from Angelica's um, Angelica's comments and experience here, that how she literally completed the expression of creativity inside of her, and she's just flowing, and she's able to express. That is the power of the Devi Parashakti Akashic creating. Amazing. It's so wonderful to hear your experience. I invite you to share on Facebook, in more places, and you can make a video also and share about. And I'd love to see your art form. As an artist myself, I love when I'm able to hear that Devi Parashakti has literally awakened such beautiful dimensions in so many people. That is how she's manifesting for each and every one of us. Imagine there's so many people out there who are not able to experience this beautiful completion without themselves. I invite more and more people to share right now about your experience with Devi Parashakti. Understand, look at this, how Devi Parashakti had literally manifested completion with Angelica's own mother, and the completion dimension, the creativity dimension of her got awakened, and she literally was able to manifest that as an art. That's like literally manifesting powers, actually, because just from the completion, you're able to manifest the power of breadth dimension. That's an amazing thing, Ma. And you can have a sharing, you can make a video, you can post on Facebook and share with more and more people how Devi Parashakti has done this, has literally, just the darshan can make you manifest powers. Understand, this is not something that can be taken lightly. We also have Eva Anderson, outstanding yesterday's darshan. I know it was just amazing. And I myself was just unable to control myself, unable to handle how beautiful, how expressive Devi Parashakti was, and how she was just so amazing. And thank you so much, Eva Anderson, for your donation towards Kailasa and your e-hundi donation. I'd like to just say once again, and then we'll get back to some of the offerings that you can make today, and you can see as well. Is that we understand in every temple that you go to, you'll have to wait for hours in line, and even if we go into any temple, you have to wait for hours in lines. You have to go through hills and hills. You have to go up the steps. You have to do so much just to make the have the darshan of Devi Parashakti. But here, Devi Parashakti is opening up that most intimate space to connect with her, just for anyone and everyone on the digital platforms, for literally everyone. This is not something we can take for granted. First of all, even in India, it's so difficult now to go to the kshetras where you can have darshan of Devi Parashakti. And even if there's so many processions where Devi Parashakti herself comes out, and she herself greets everyone who wants to watch, and everyone who is devoted to her, she greets them. Devi Parashakti, even those processions, because of the COVID pandemic, is not happening due to so many different legal restraints and restraints by different institutions who are not able to control the pandemic that is ongoing. And but Swamiji, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has literally just made himself available for Devi Parashakti to manifest through, and for each and every one of us to literally experience Devi Parashakti for ourselves. And I see my Yogitma Nitya Yoginyananda has become a gold member of Kailasa's HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel. Thank you so much, Ma. It is always so wonderful to see how people are becoming gold members, or how people are joining. I invite each and every one of you to join also as a member of our YouTube channel, and it gives you access to so much, more than 20,000 hours of the life of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the special dikshas, the special initiations, even the most intimate, beautiful question and answer sessions, where just so casually the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism breaks our most hardest patterns of pain and suffering. Manitya Jalandhara Stithananda has commented, I have had the blessing of having Devi Parashakti respond to my prayers. Yes. And in a space of such deep and profound gratitude, bliss, she gently held me, opening up so many dimensions and healing within me. So beautiful, Mom. Thank you so much for sharing with each and every one of us. Your sharing means so much, especially to some of the people who are our quiet onlookers and who have been watching perhaps for many, many days. And for the last 4 months, we've been watching, and maybe we're reluctant to participate, to ask maybe Parashakti a question. Understand, whatever it is, you will see that Devi Parashakti showers upon you, and you can ask whatever you want. You can ask right here on this chat, and make sure that you are joined in our YouTube channel. Then you will be able to ask any question to Devi Parashakti in just a few hours. And we are, each and every one of us, eagerly awaiting the darshan of Devi Parashakti. And I invite more and more of you to comment. It's so nice to hear your comments. To see your comments and to see each and every one of you commenting. And thank you so much for your donations towards Kailasa. And literally, the e-hundi offering is our offering of gratitude toward Devi Parashakti for manifesting. I'm again saying that even in India, even being in India, being in the land where all these temples are available, where Devi Parashakti had literally created this huge, beautiful civilization, even being there, people cannot go to temples, and even the processions are being stopped, and it's not even safe for one being to step out of their room. There's so much value in just Swamiji making himself available for Devi Parashakti to manifest through, and for Devi Parashakti to literally happen and interact with each and every one of us. Just remembering yesterday's darshan and the darshans before that, I myself just become so ecstatic and so energetic, and I can say that even I was hearing many people who had witnessed the Devi Parashakti, how they were just looking at each other and just smiling and not even being able to say anything. They were just smiling and looking at each other. I encourage each and every one of you, if you have already had the darshan of Devi Parashakti, let's take a few minutes right now and let us offer to Devi Parashakti. And it doesn't need to be a substantial offering, or doesn't need to be so much. Whatever you feel, whatever you want, you can offer towards Devi Parashakti right now. And as we are awaiting the darshan of Devi Parashakti, you can make the offerings and you can show your love, your gratitude. Let us be in the divine remembrance of Devi Parashakti And you can just simply remember the previous sessions, how Devi Parashakti was just expressing and expressing and expressing. It was just such an intimate sacred space that she was allowing us into. And just in that remembrance of yesterday's session and how she was manifesting so powerfully, let us offer our gratitude. Eagerly await the session of Devi Parashakti, which is happening live now. So now let us enter and continue understanding the various different offerings that you can make. Yes. So understand that connecting to Devi Parashakti is being sensitive, is being aware and in gratitude to life, everything from the air we breathe, energy to feel that you exist, energy to celebrate that you exist. Can we go on to the next slide? Thank you so much for waiting. I really appreciate the time and the volunteers sitting with us. We can go on to the next slide, and more of you can comment down below with your comments. Thank you so much. Understand there's a few secrets of Hinduism that each and every one of us needs to know. That there are 43 energies that constitute a human body. When all 43 are integrated dharma, one becomes enlightened. And dharma, the cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity on the level of the Panchabhutas, is the core principle of the cosmos. Yes. And awakening the sacred feminine is the key to enlightenment. When awakened, man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. When awakened, a woman expresses sacred feminine consciousness. She literally becomes Devi Parashakti herself, cosmic mother. And through these offerings, you can experience conscious sovereignty, the key to the sacred feminine consciousness. Yes, and just take a few minutes to read from the comments. We have Jnana Priyan. Devi Parashakti is the sweetest, most loving, most empowering, most enigmatic expression of the cosmos. Just a simple desire to connect with her has brought about immense transformation in me. Wonderful, Jnana Priyan. Thank you so much for commenting and for participating in the discussion and participating. And I know it's sometimes such a very an intimate experience that it's not very we're not always open to sharing that on a public platform. So thank you so much to everyone who is commenting. And Jnanapriyan, I'm sure that Devi Parashakti has manifested in your life so much. Thank you so much for commenting. And thank you everyone who is joining with us right now. And I invite each and every one of you to comment in the comment section, and I'd love to hear from you. Ma Ananda Mahapurna, I hope you're doing so well. It's nice to see you on the chat, Nithyanandan Yuma, and I hope you are enjoying the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading program. And I hope that each and every one of you are enjoying the program. In just a few minutes, just a short time, we will be having the darshan of Devi Parashakti. And again, I would love to hear from each and every one of you. Ma Jalandhar Nithyananda has commented, Jnana Priyan has commented, and we also heard from Angelica, who has literally manifested the power of the breath dimension, which is so amazing with with Devi Parashakti's darshan. And Devi Karani, Airapatan, sorry if I mispronounced that. She's saying, thank you, Bhagwan and Sangha, and thank you, Ma, for commenting. And each and every one of you who is also donating towards Kailasa and taking these few minutes that we have before the darshan of Devi Parashakti to offer whatever you feel you want to offer. And it can be how much ever you want, in whatever way you can offer, and you can offer through the YouTube super chat. And many of us are joining right now. Many people are joining on the YouTube super chat and donating right now. You can see your donations. You can see your comments. Always so nice to hear from each and every one of you. Parazala and every one of you who is joining with us right now. I know sometimes if you have a beautiful experience and it's in such a deep and intimate, sacred space of your heart, you might not want to share, and it takes power, courage to want to share that on the public platform. So I respect that, but every single one of you can share what you felt during the previous sessions, and let us all share, because there's so many people who join during these sessions and they are just sitting in the background, and it just brings so much more joy when you start interacting with Devi Parashakti and you're literally experiencing Devi Parashakti. You literally become and experience oneness with Devi Parashakti. Devi Karani is also saying Devi Parashakti darshan was so beautiful, felt so relaxed and rejuvenated. Yes, Ma, I know. And that is the power of the Devi Parashakti Akashic reading. The space that she is giving to us is that literally after that you feel the power of the blessings just through her her grace, and you just feel rejuvenated, and you found inspiration for life itself. And there's nothing in existence which can give us that much. And I see Masita Naren, Ananda Mananda Nithyananda is a beautiful song during darshan, yes. And